How you doing, folks? Good morning. Thanks for our resubs this morning. The Jeff to Jeff wealth transfer, not maggot. Thanks for sweeping in with that prime for the 17th month. Impromptu coming in hot for the 5 years. 60 months is a long time. Super Retroid, thank you for the 28. Happy 2025. Hamps coming in for the 18 months. Good morning, good morning. P-Side, thank you for the baker's dozen. Appreciate the 13. Howdy, Kim. Welcome to a live one. Yeah, I'm gonna play the. We were gonna play the Weezing Arbok deck yesterday. I ended up bailing for the Blastoise deck. So we're gonna do the Weezing Arbok deck today for sure. I think I'm happy with the 20 cards I have in that deck list. So I don't think I'm going to play it this morning, but I think my plan is to test other things, and then we'll play that one later on in the tournament. Tournament starts at, not for a little while. Doesn't start till 1 o'clock my time, which is about 3 hours from now. I don't want to wait that long to go live. Oh, I forgot I have some of these from last night. Should open these real quick. B-Night, thank you for the 26 months. Yeah, the tournaments live have gone pretty well. I think if the timing continues to line up on ones I can fit in during the weekday schedule, I'll make them a regular part of the what we're doing. Once my kids' extracurriculars start back up, it'll be a little bit hard to have flexibility to run super late, but we'll still be able to fit some in here and there, I wager. It was promo slot 08. I think from data mines, this is like a promo Pokedex, I think, if I recall correctly. Royal? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that new support. It's been a lot of fun focusing on Pocket. It's great to see new folks coming in for it. You can click on it in the collection that says Pokedex. Okay, cool. What do you think of the Blastoise core, but instead playing Pidgeot EX with fire energy added? That could maybe be okay. You lose access to Misty, and you lose the ability to one-shot Mewtwo. But I guess if the Mewtwo hits the Druddigon, you probably do that. Pronounced real. Got it. See that? I can see that being fine. Fire energy for Druddigon would definitely be useful in spots. No Misty makes room for Flute. I gotta make me look at this deck and think about it. You'd play the Pidgeot line here, and then you lose the Misties. So you could get like a flute and a Sabrina, maybe. That could be fine. I don't know. There's a lot of value in Blastoise getting up to 160 in different spots, but maybe it's fine without it. It's probably worth trying. It can't be worse than most of the other Pidgeot builds that are running around. And there is real value in being able to attack with Druddigon periodically. I think that's the case. You could also, in these Misty slots, if you were gonna play Pidgeot, you could put a Mew in here to make the what's it called matchup better. I actually funny. Speaking of, I guess it's relatively close. This is I suppose this is actually relatively close to what that is, right? I have one Tauros in here as opposed to 2. And I have Sabrina. I'm only on 1 Giovanni. You probably want 2. I probably want 2 Giovannis and 2 X speeds. I can see this being fine. I kind of want 2 Bulls and 2 Giovannis, though. Cut the flute and the X speed. Playing Pidgeot with a core similar to this was on my list of things I wanted to do at some point. Maybe we'll start here this morning. 2 Geo for the Mewtwo matchup. So, I think Giovanni is really important for Tauros decks in general because there's a lot of 130 hit point EX Pokemon in the format that you want to clear in one shot right now. Celebi, Mew, Zapdos. You want your Tauros to be able to crack all of those in one. Let's start here. Maybe we need to revisit Pidgeot. Pidgeot with Tauros sounds good after the Blastoise run yesterday. Have you completed all the solo battles? No, not at all. I don't find playing the solo part of the game particularly fun or engaging, so I mostly just don't do it. Morning sound. Backup Druddigon. That sounds lovely. Insulate against a Sabrina. I'm going to do this for now, and I'm going to vibe on the Tauros. The evolution of this does damage based on your number of bench Pokemon, and this last slot might want to be a Mew, depending on what their deck is doing. Folks who are looking for Marvel Snap content, you haven't found joy in Pocket. I understand if you put your support in other places, but I'm not really planning to play Marvel Snap anytime soon. Maybe when they announce Twitch drops, I'll dip back in, but Marvel Snap metrics haven't been very good, and I haven't personally enjoyed playing the game very much, so I'm going to focus on other stuff that brings me joy for the time being. Like Pocket, because Pocket's been a ton of fun. How Pocket metrics, Ben, are they comparable to stat metrics from 6 months ago? I mean, that's a really random number to ask for a comparison on. Without a stage 2 insight, or stage 1 insight, I think I'm gonna start putting energy on the Druidigon. We'll let this one go down, and then we'll put Tauros up. Pocket's current metrics are better than Snap's current metrics, but Pocket's current metrics are much worse than Snap for a lot of Snap's life cycle. Snap's at an all-time low. As a solid point of reference for Marvel Snap's first 2 years, I averaged about a little more than 2,000 average concurrent viewers on Twitch with Snap, and with Pocket, I've been averaging right around, with Pocket, I've been averaging around 1,000 or so about half of what Snap was at its peak. But Snap's current average viewer count has, like, pitched off a cliff, so it's pretty comparable to where Pocket is at today. That's a lovely one. No fire energy coming anyways here. That's true. The live streams on the YouTube side for Pokemon Pocket are significantly better than the live streams for Pocket, or for Snap on YouTube. I don't think it has anything to do with the holidays, Quarth. Snap metrics have been on a decline for a good while now. Classic. 5 water energies in a row in our two color deck. Oh, you know, giving up the knockout here is probably wrong. I had this queued up in my hand already. I probably should have just switched out with the leaf. I was talking and clicking casualty. It's difficult to fully chart how far down stat metrics are as well, because like I mentioned, I might poke back in like when they have their next round of Twitch drops, but like Snap's metrics when drops are going on are like night and day different. And I'm actually a little bit fortunate. A lot of the other content creators, they even have a bigger delta than me during drops. Like during drops, my viewer count, you know, for Snap would go up to like 2,000 or sometimes 3,000, and then I average like 1,000 or 1,500 or so outside of that. Whereas like there's some other creators where like they jump up, you know, 3,000 or 4,000 for drops, and then their non-drops numbers are like 500 to 1,000 if that. So I definitely appreciate my more dedicated audience that's not here just to grab the freebies and then dip. Is he put it cooking or baked? I like BHM. I just feel like stage 1s with 90 HP are in such a difficult spot in a format where Pikachu is such a good deck. Tipsy McStagger, speaking of that dedicated audience, thank you for watching so much over the last year and more. Welcome to Hooglandia's latest Shillionaire redemption. Be sure to pig mitigate access to Beverly Shills in the Discord server. Our trickle-down economy will stay in action. Our next Shillionaire will only have to spend 999,783 shillings. Blue exists, so maybe it'll work. It's just so tough because like it's such a specific timing window you have to have your blue for, and it's for a very specific subset of matchups, and your blue's not going to be super useful in other places. Hey Ben, thank you for the 52 months. Welcome back. Gene Munition, thank you for the entire year. Welcome back. Teach your sword to go with that shield. Thanks for keeping me around. What's the best way to throw some extra support your way? In other words, those of us already tier 1. Is it a higher tier or some other way? Yeah, if you want to do a bigger, consistent monthly contribution, the higher tier on Twitch or on the Metafy page is a great way to do that. You can also do a one-time tip via Stream Elements. Never works for you. No, thank you. If you have any questions, feel free to ping me. I already have this queued up. I think I'm going to research first, because I wouldn't mind finding 2 basics, I think. We missed. Can I find a Pidgey? Druidigan. Oof. Think this is energy here, and then we're backing it out. Did forget to put up the like poll on YouTube. Thanks for reminding me. Yes, very similar to the Blastoise core we played yesterday. I wanted to give it a try with Pidgeot instead and see how it feels. Second Tauros here means we can play around Sabrina, which is nice. Oh, they're choosing to knock out my Drudigon? That seems good for me, yeah? This card's so good. They don't have anything else queued up here ready to attack either. So Tauros gets in here and clears this. Yeah, I don't have to burn my leaf because they knocked me out. Thanks, bud. Gonna be kind of slow going. We honestly might not be able to keep up with the Greninja here if I don't draw. I don't draw a Pidgey next turn. Mr. Bob, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate it. That's a Pidgey. Pidgey's a great draw, because with Pidgeotto, we can clear this with a deal 30 next turn. If they vice grip to finish us. Hail to the king, baby. Oh, that's scary, though. Because now the Greninja can finish this, and then this could KO whatever our follow-up is. Do we Sabrina here? Nah, I think with the Drudigon, we can just stay the course, yeah? Drudigon, we take the 40 hit, and then we just assume they don't hit the 25% or to hit 2 heads here. And then this puts damage on here, and then Pidgeotto finishes. They only have 1 knockout point. That's a slick game. Getting to see us play out a functional game where we didn't have our EX at all. And just like the Tauros, the Drudagon. No! Curses. We were this close to winning a game without our stage 2. Alas, sometimes the coins have something else in store. Kingler cracked. GG opponent. Hey-ho, crab living up to its name. Yep, he pinches. Alright, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let the first block of adverts on the Twitch roll. We'll tap one on the YouTube side as well, but I wanted to try out this Tauros Drudagon Stage 2 core with Pidgeot to start this morning. We're gonna play some of this, and we tried out a few different things, and we played another tournament later this afternoon. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Patton, thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3, and for the 18 months at that. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Hop on the bike this morning, gamers. I turn the heater off. We're gonna do that. How big is the tournament today? I think this one's gonna be pretty large. I think the pre-reg had it capped out. What was it? There are registrations cap at 512, and there are currently 914 signed up. So I signed up early, so we're guaranteed a spot. There's a giant wait list. Someone asked what kind of bike I use. This is one of my long-time sponsors, Flex the Spot. I make the bike and my regular office chair and my my standing desk that I use. Overweight white man and adorable toddler sold separately. Hey, the hi. Thank you for the 22 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning. Good morning. I guess we got one more second before ads are done. We did take the kids to go see the new Sonic movie. The boys enjoyed it. Haley was a little indifferent. She was a little scared in a couple of parts, I think. Gets somewhat intense. Pidgey into 1 energy Pidgeotto attack on the play is like fine. There's a Tauros. What do you think of Executor Pidgeotto? I think Executor EX is a strong enough card that you could probably pair it with almost anything and your deck will be fine. Slam, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Let's kick up a wind gust, shall we? So I've taken 40, which leaves this on 140. Our lack of leaf here sucks. I can't pull the Pidgeot out without losing an energy. The question is, do I want to evolve or not? I think I'm just retreating. Am I? Maybe I'm not. Maybe it's just like Sabrina into Pidgeotto EX. A problem with my current health total is we lose to their Pidgeotto EX plus a Geomati. Oh yeah, huh. And I guess this one single attack here means that, yeah, awkward. I think we're doing this now. And just putting this up. Do you have a reason to not include Baby Pidgeot? After playing a bunch of games with decks that had both, I found myself rarely wanting the utility that Baby Pidgeot provided. And I'd rather just have other cards. Curious, with your 10,000 card collection, how did you select your packs? Well, I mean, the TLDR is that most of the packs, when you have a little bit of everything, it mostly doesn't matter, yeah? Or when you're buying when you're buying so much, it's mostly irrelevant which ones you're buying, right? Because you're just going to have a lot of everything. Usually whatever pack I'm opening is just whichever one is most likely to have the 2-star I'm most looking for at that moment. Sequencing choice of this game have been mediocre. The way I allotted my energy and positioned my bench, I should have put this Pidgey out last turn so I didn't lose energy off of this. I think we're dead at this point. I just want a couple more shakes, but Bird with it never having a chance to high roll with a Misty. Not feeling particularly impressive or exciting this morning. Could you just take to 100 with the Pidgeot and not put in a Pidgey? Yeah, maybe. Hey Jeff, I've been following your channel. I think it's awesome you narrate your thoughts while you play. Yeah. That's the most useful thing people get out of watching content like this. Understanding the thought process. Pikachu gaming. Against Pikachu, we probably want to build up Tauros as our first attacker. I probably want to play this other Druidigon as my last bench slot too to insulate against Sabrina. I've seen people playing Hitmonlee Marshadow Pidgeot, and I really just feel like that's Golem Syndrome, which is to say, like, Hitmonlee Marshadow is good enough in the current metagame that even if you pair it with a mediocre card like Golem or Pidgeot, you're still gonna win plenty of games. I think those cores are mostly just worse versions of the better fighting shells. So with them putting energy on Pikachu, we put our second energy on Tauros, and now they can't knock this out without Tauros threatening to come in and clear them here, which is nice. Is Oops All Basics fighting still your favorite? I like the build with Aerodactyl because it's better in the mirror. Yeah, it looks like they're going to build up Raichu here, so we're going to need another attacker. I go first energy, they go second energy, I go second energy, they go third. Honestly, I think I'm putting energy on Drudagon here. This is the real upside to playing the Pidgeot build of this deck over Blastoise, is that we get to play the two colors of energy, so Drudagon can actually attack. Okay, not playing stock Pikachu with Pidgey here on the bench. Have you tried non-Pikachu Lightning? I actually have one of those loaded in my deck editor that I want to try later today. Are we retreating Zapdos to Raichu just to take hits? I'm spending an energy here, seems good for me. If they don't pull this out, Giovanni cleans it next turn. The appealing thing of being able to attack with both of these cards is we're not just dead to rights when our stage 1 doesn't show up. We're like sitting here playing a real game and having solid choices. Opponent making some small sequencing mistakes here. The fact that they already played their energy means I can put this Pidgey up and just spend my energy to retreat it instead of having to burn a copy of Leaf, which is nice. I love the meta report videos. So much great info. Thanks, Siler. Glad you enjoyed it. Oh, they have Surge here. That's cute. Well, punish for my line, I suppose. I could put... I think we're just building Mew. I think we're just building Mew. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and burn the Giovanni here, because then if they don't have Potion, they die to the Rough Skin next turn. How do you never sound out of breath while pedaling? Lots of practice. We put the energy here. We leaf this out. We put up Drudagon. Dragon's got claws. No specific promo code for Flex-a-Spot, but if you want to use my link to click through, I'd appreciate it. They can't switching off of this. Well, I respect the hustle on that. We're gonna switch and then knock your Mew out with the EV. Honestly, just like no fear. Just the mad confidence in the EV one shot. We got to play a full functional game without our stage 2 at all. Actually, just Drudagon, Tauros, Mew deck. Honestly, seeing how this game played out kind of makes me want to try a build of this deck with just these. Is there a world where we just don't play a stage 2? Makes me wonder. Do you ever close Wiggly EX? That's an interesting thought. The big value a stage 2 provides is that having a character that can take a hit from a Mewtwo has good value in spots. Is nice. I think we'll make a point to try one without a stage 2 at some point. For now, I want to play with the bird a little bit more, but I think we'll make a point to try it with just the core dorks, basically. Second Drudagon's actually a solid pickup here, because I want to start building energy on this to attack with. Hopefully there's a water underneath this next fire. Luck on. Thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. If there's a water under here, I think we'll be in a solid spot. But if there's a third fire in a row, we could be in trouble. 1 50 please. Unlucky. 2-color decks, chat. Always a scam. Full scam. Didn't draw a basic Pidgey. Didn't hit an island in 3. Never lucky rubber ducky. I always get a chuckle when you call your Pokemon dorks. Is that a cultural holdover from another game or a Hogan original? I just always refer to various cards as dorks. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Mana dork is one that gets used very commonly in Magic. I feel like variance makes it hard for me to understand whether or not something I actually brewed is good. One of my favorite quotes from another gamer when it comes to card games is, being good at card games is mastering the art of coming to meaningful conclusions from statistically insignificant sample sizes. And I think that's such an apt way to describe what you're trying to do as a gamer. Because you individually are never going to play enough games with something to make purely data-driven decisions. It's one of the reasons why I don't put like my record on the screen when we're playing random games, because I think putting the record on the screen is pretty misleading, because like the sample size is pretty mediocre. Whenever I'm talking about data stuff, I'm always looking at larger samples from... Always trying to look at larger samples from tournaments that aren't just me playing it. Yeah, I think with the Koga here, we're probably dead. I was playing the Blastoise deck, and I had games I won with Tauros and Druid exclusively. Yeah, you're going to have a lot of those. It's part of the reason why the deck is good. It's not all in on the stage 2. Because stage 2s are inconsistent. Who is that quote from? The people asking where that quote is from, I apologize, I don't know. That is not the basic I wanted for Christmas. Our draw is trying to tell us that, yes, I should definitely be playing a Mew, Drudagon, Tauros only deck. Do I want to leave an energy on Mew? It's not a very useful attacker. I think I'm going to save the Leafs for now. Find out if they have another Koga, I guess. I've only ever heard that quote from Jeff. It must be from him. Accurate. Would you want to see a best of 3 mode where the loser gets to pick first/second? 100%. That would be my number one request for addition to this game. Is I would love a queue where I could queue best of 3. Truly strange that they attacked me here. I guess they wanted the 30 damage. Feels like they definitely should have just made me kill them. It is an Into the AM hoodie. They don't do all their designs on hoodies, but every fall they have like 2 to 4 of them. I think I just Sabrina and take my second knockout here, yeah? I would be incredibly surprised. I personally enjoy the concept of side decks, but I would assume Pokemon would never do side decks because their paper game doesn't do side decks. I can feel it. This Pidgeot EX is gonna actually win us this game. Any tips for using pack points only on EXs? So, my general advice for pack points is you should spend pack points when you're ready to move on from opening a particular booster pack. What do I mean by that? Let's say you're like, Jeff, I'm opening Charizard packs because I want to open Greninja and I want to open Exeggutor. And now I've opened enough of these packs that, I have all of my Exeggutors, and I'm missing 2 Greninjas and 2 Frogadiers, and I have enough pack points to craft both of them. At that point, I would spend your pack points to craft the cards you're missing from that pack, and I would move on to the next pack. From a strictly point optimal sense, it's technically optimal to only spend your pack points on 3 diamonds and lower, and to wait to wonder pick your EXs. But waiting to wonder pick EXs is challenging because you have to wait for them to actually show up. It's not a free roll. So it's not as simple as like, okay, you do this and it's gonna work out for you. Spread these out because this can't retreat. They've only got 1 knockout point here though. It's also suboptimal to miss on 7 picks in a row for my second Aerodactyl. Yep. So I know missing on 7 picks in a row feels really bad, but for reference, it's not that unlikely. Missing on 7 wonder picks in a row happens 21% of the time. So 1 in 5 people are going to miss on 7 wonder picks in a row. It's me, I'm people. Yep. All right, Pidgeot was a meaningful closer here. This is probably the key to making these stage 2 decks functional like this in the similar core with Blastoise we played in the tournament yesterday. Just being able to have your deck be functional in the games without the stage 2, but also be able to use the stage 2 when it comes along efficiently. You just can't be all in on them because they're just inconsistent. Getting to attack with Druddigon feels good. I wish the Blastoise deck could afford to play Fire Energy, but it really can't. Did you just do that math in your head, or is it something you have loaded up? It's really simple to calculate, hitting an 80%er 7 times in a row. It's just 0.8 raised to the 7. Lemur Livewire, thank you for the 24 months. Yeah, I was really whelmed by Weezing Pidgeot. It felt pretty clunky in the games that I played. Lovely. You almost always want to play out the second Druddigon So that way you're insulated against the Sabrina, snagging the thing you want to build up. I'm notably not researching here just yet because I already have my stage 1 good to go. And I'm not playing out this last bench slot because I very rarely am going to need 2 Pidgeys, and there's a chance I want to put Tauros or Mew here if I draw it. Against Alakazam, I probably want this last bench slot to be Mew, realistically. Okay, we're just going to have our stage 2 on curve, aka as soon as possible. So hopefully it's going to be able to just take over the game for us. This has 3 energy on it, so that means Alakazam deals 150 to it, so it survives a crack, which is nice. Chilling here with Leaf in hand. Pidgeot does plus 20 for every Pokemon on the opponent's bench. So doing 100 right now, notably. What's the timing look like here if I get aggressive? I put the Pidgeot up, I clear this, I get 2 points. They hit me for 150. I put an energy here, I hit them back. I think I want to buy some time. I think it's energy on this Druddigon and pass. I think I'm going to put this Tauros out to insulate this Druddigon against a Sabrina. Because now, if they put the Alakazam up and clear this, it'll take 20, and then Pidgeot with the Giovanni top deck would clear the Alakazam. Nice. Okay, so now we have this here, and both of these are ready to go. They could take the knockout on this, so it's not a big deal. The Druddigon can clear this, and then if the Alakazam comes up, the Pidgeot can deal with it. Druddigon just like casually dealing 100 damage without taking any energy. What a lovely lad. Do we Sabrina? Am I supposed to Sabrina? I don't know. I think I'm supposed to just take the clear here and not. I feel like I don't want to lose to a random Budding Expeditioner. Feel like there's a chance if I Sabrina, a Budding Expeditioner could be in the bud. The Pidgeot only hits for 80 with Mew gone. Yeah, but Pidgeot with 3 energy survives a hit from Alakazam even through a Giovanni. So they'll clear this, and then we'll hit for 80, and then they'll only hit us for 150 or 160, and then we'll clear them on the back crack. I hope the next expansion's a Johto expansion and we get EX Tyranitar. Sounds like a lot of fun. Hey, welcome to a live one, JB. Glad you enjoyed the Blastoise deck yesterday. That build inspired trying some Pidgeot in this core today. Okay, those are your potions. And this was a game where Pidgeot was important. Again, like the big thing the stage 2s bring to this package is this hefty HP pool. Being able to take a crack for 150 wins you in a lot of spots. Yeah, my expectation is both Dark and Steel are going to get fleshed out a lot in the expansion at the end of January. Up to almost 1,000 people on the Twitch side already. Got 600 hanging out on YouTube. Popped up real quick this morning. Great to have the regulars in. And welcome to the new folks. Executor. Yep. Welcome. Thanks for the baker's dozen. We are full-time pocket for the time being. We'll see where metrics end up at, but it's been the game I've been enjoying the most lately by a lot. Likely Celebi stuff with the Snivy. I do really need a Tauros or a Pidgey here. I would like to invest in one of those two to start against an Executor. Lovely. Does Melmetal survive 150 hit attack with blue? Do those effects stack? They do, yeah. If you didn't catch my recent Melmetal deck highlight, I think Melmetal is pretty solid into Pikachu, Celebi, and Mewtwo right now, but it struggles a bit into Gyarados. There's actually one of the Melmetal variations like I highlighted that also top cut the tournament I played in yesterday. Petey Pete Town, thanks for the 7 months. You may hit my Mew. It's pretty rare for Celebi to have room for 2 copies of Sabrina, so I'm not going to play this other Druidigon out because leaving bench space for a Tauros potentially in this matchup has a lot of value. If they have second Sabrina, we get punished for this decision, but I think it's correct on average here. All right, we want a Big Bird, Top Deck, or a Tauros. Hey, thanks for the 7 mods, Ogbug. All right, my kingdom for a big bird. 2 big birds and 1 research. Eight cards. There's a big bird, gamers. So this clears the Executor. And notably, this only takes 140 from the Psychic on this. So we're not even dead to Giovanni. We should be good to go here, yeah? They technically live a hit from Scattering Cyclone here, but we're on 2 copies of Giovanni, so that's not the case. Yeah, 130 HP breakpoint's an important one to be able to hit. Would you ever consider organizing some pocket tournaments? Yeah, I'm actually planning to host my first pocket tournament after the next expansion releases, February 1st. We're gonna do some official coverage on the channel, and Spraggles is gonna be casting with me. I still have to lock in some details on like sponsor and prize pool and stuff, so I don't have any details super public yet, but it's definitely going to be happening. I keep hitting Q for the next game instead of taking a pause to run my adverts because I'm having so much fun. I need to do that after this game. I'm running out of snoozes. Yes, a hard and fast requirement for playing in the tournament is that you will be obligated to share your screen in Discord upon request. And if we make the request that you share your screen for coverage and you're unable to do that, you will be dropped from the event. Because while competition will be one of the reasons the event is going on, coverage is the more important one if I'm running it, so you need to make sure you are in a position and have a device and a connection that allows that to happen. I know that's going to restrict it for some people who have weaker smartphones, but it would be silly of me to go through all the effort of running an event and securing sponsors and stuff if I can't actually do broadcast for it. I mean, yeah, you could test your ability to screen share to Discord to any Discord server 2 wrongs. Yes, all of the games will be live in that they'll be happening, but we'll have like a 3 to 5 minute delay from when the actions are taken to when they're shown on the screen. So that way people participating don't have to worry about getting screen sniped. I think we're gonna do free entry for the first one, but I'm interested to see whether or not it's gonna be a logistical mess. I think having the expectation that people are going to share their screens is one that people are going to miss, and in a free entry tournament, there's a chance that that gets messy. I'm also not a huge fan of the fact that, like, piles of people sign up for free tournaments and then don't check in. So, like, they sign up just because they might play, but there's no skin in the game to sign up, so then they drop. So people who would actually play don't commit because they don't want to deal with being on a wait list. So there's ups and downs to both. I'd rather build up Tauros here than Drudagon, yeah. Let Sabrina and put damage on their Pidgeot. I guess playing the other Tauros out here as opposed to building the Drudagon means that with Giovanni, they could clear my Pidgeot. And I think we're done at this point. They have no knockout points. So we get to Scattering Cyclone clear this, and then if they put this up and knock us out, we clear them with this one. It is a they have hoodie, yeah. Yeah, in addition to t-shirts, they have hoodies, pants, and all sorts of clothing. Tauros gets to clean up here. All right, we're actually going to take a pause and run the adverts before they happen over the top of games on Twitch, because I would feel terrible if that happened for the first time in a year. Let's take a brief pause for the cause. We'll throw this deck list up on screen for people that have been asking about it. It's the same core as the Blastoise build we were playing yesterday, but I wanted to try it with fire energy so Drudagon could attack with our bird, obviously, as well. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream as a free little bit of engagement to help my content. You may have an advert as well. I'm planning to revisit Marvel Snap content perhaps when their next set of Twitch drops go live, but we'll see. I'm really just enjoying Pocket. And my metrics have been solid for Pocket, and the support's been there, so. Martini Walsh, thanks for the baker's dozen. I've been doing this long enough to never say never, but I'm definitely leaning towards just being an on Pocket. What do you think the trading currency will be? I think if trading's going to require a currency, they'll probably introduce a new one. Tauros was severely underrated at first. I mean, I would question the card evaluation skills of anyone that told you Tauros wasn't going to be playable. 12-ounce skills. Thank you for the 22 months. They could use dust as currency. I'd be really surprised if they used an existing currency in the game for trading, just because every other currency in the game is really siloed. After playing with Pidgeot a bunch, I don't really like the baby version in the builds I've played. I don't think I would include it. Hendrick, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. I would agree that the average card gamer is not very good at card evaluation. I would be a lot less unique in my job if everybody was good at what I do. Hey, Zento, welcome to a live one. Morning, good morning. We have first energy advantage here, which is nice. I bet Charizard in general is probably a tougher matchup for us. Oh, we have Mew. I forgot about that. Well, alrighty then. Think I'm building the Tauros to start still. I suppose if they have a really fast start. So the tough part here is I need to both pressure the Moltres off the table and get Mew set up before Charizard gets going. Well, if they run like that, it's not bad for us. Realistically, we want... Oh, and they evolved into this, so I think for the sake of buying tempo, I actually Sabrina them here. Because this evolution means they have a retreat cost of 2, so they're gonna either lose their energy for the turn, or they're going to need to have a Leaf, which they're probably playing 2 copies of Leaf, but it'll force that out of them, which makes the Moltres a little bit harder to retreat later. Leaf was a solid pickup for the Charizard deck. So, with them not putting another energy on the Moltres here, I think I actually start putting energy on Mew before I finish the Tauros. Because the way this sequencing lines up, I want to get Mew set up to be able to clear the Charizard. So let's say they go Charizard, energy, X speed this back. They would clear this. I'd put up Pidgey. I'd go second energy. They clear Pidgey, and then Mew's ready to clear Charizard. So I think I want to just start working this up, because if Mew is loaded up on my bench, they can never put Charizard into the active spot without me threatening to clear it immediately. wonder if I'm supposed to leaf out the Tauros and put the Pidgey in. I like old Pidgey a little bit better. You're usually not attacking with either, and having 10 extra HP helps you in some spots. We really kind of just want to draw another basic Pokemon so we can have more insulation against Sabrina. Okay. So now they can Heat Blast this, and then I go third energy, hit you down to 20, and then Pidgeotto threatens to clear. And with this on 2 energy, the Charizard can't clear it. I think I'm leaving the Tauros up here still, because I think if they Heat Blast, this still works out for me. Because if they Heat Blast, I go to 30, I go Energy, hit them to 20, and then they can't clear this next turn without losing the Moltres to this. There isn't a straightforward, obvious way for them to just clean us out. Maybe if I don't draw another basic like a Sabrina could be bad for us, but we are playing 7 basics, and we haven't had any researches yet, so hopefully we're going to find a Drudigon or another Tauros or something here. There's the Heat Blast as expected. It's so annoying. How many basics in my deck? So there are currently 1 Pokeball, 2 Professor's Research, and 6 basics in my deck, yeah? There's another Giovanni in there too? Alright, this is fine though. It's fine. We're gonna draw a basic next turn to be able to play around Sabrina. It's all okay. So now if they want to knock this out this turn, they have to give up the Charizard or the Moltres. Both of which would be bad for them. I need a basic. I need a basic. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose this freaking game to a Sabrina because we hit like the sub 1% game. My deck right now is 2 Professor's Research, 4 basics. It's 2 Research, 4 basics, and a Pokeball. And then one other card. I just died to Sabrina. That's so frustrating. I feel like I navigated this game so incredibly well, and it really sucks that we lose to Sabrina because of this 1%er. If you're watching this on YouTube, I think this game was a good example of how to navigate this matchup, so I'm going to include it in the highlight. It's just sad that we hit the incredibly low percent in our 7 basic deck to miss on there, but that's just kind of the beat sometimes. I think showing there how we created the tension with the Tauros EX while also powering up the Mew is exactly what you want to be doing here. Opponent should have been able to clear the Tauros with the healthier Moltres on the last turn. No, that's not true at all, Gap. Their Moltres only had 1 energy on it when I hit the other one when they hit me down to 30. You're misremembering what the board state was. They didn't have time to switch. When they could have switched to the other Moltres after my Tauros had hit them, the other Moltres would have only had 2 energy. Healthy Moltres couldn't attack. No, they couldn't have. They put the first energy on the Arcanine the turn they attacked with the Moltres for the second time. That if they would have put it on the Moltres that turn, their Moltres was already hit that turn. You gonna make me pull the tape up? You're gonna make me pull the tape up. Oh. So here's the turn where they have the option to knock out my Moltres. They haven't... Or sorry, this is the turn where I'm attacking with my Tauros. They put the 4th energy on Charizard and not back on the Moltres, did they? No, they put the energy on this Moltres this turn. You're just wrong, Gap. I'm actually gonna give you a timeout. Maybe you're mistaking like many turns prior, but there was not a sequence in like the last couple of turns. Yeah, Moltres and Arcanine each had 1. The Charizard got energy from Moltres' Inferno Dance the turn before. Almost always opening on Drudagon. What's the notepad per use? That's notepad plus. It's lovely. I am very confident that this Pidgeotto is the better Pidgeotto, because you do want to attack with your stage 1 sometimes. Hey, just need a leaf off of the top. I don't think I'm ever attaching energy to this Drudagon in order to retreat it, so I was gonna start powering up the Tauros and we'll move this out when it dies or when we draw a leaf. I assume the Sigilif is done attacking here now. And then from here, we'll probably want to start powering up the Mew unless they force something up for us. Spending a potion to draw a card seems fine. Do you think new Snivy makes a big difference? I think it's completely nominal which Snivy you play, but I would also wager the 70 HP Snivy is better because 70 HP means you survive 2 stretch kicks. You're basically never attacking with Snivy anyways, so you'd rather just have more sustain instead of a nominally better attack. What are supporter cards? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, hey, hey. Not that we can use supporter cards. Gengar only locks you out of playing supporters when it's your active Pokemon. So we can, in fact, play supporter cards. Alright, I guess if we don't draw a Leaf next turn, I will finally put an energy on Druddigon. Maybe I want a third on some of these first. Alright, so what's the sequence look like if I put the Tauros up? If I put the Tauros up and clear the Sigilif, they put up Gengar and clear the Tauros for 100. I retreat the Tauros back and put up Pidgeot and crack them for 140. And then they have to retreat the Gengar, which means I could use the Mew. So I think it's right to retreat here. I think most of the permutations after, and this is what you want to do when you're playing Pocket, is you want to think through, okay, what do the next few turns play out like here? The back and forth, like, what are my opponent's best plays? So I think if they put up Gengar here, we're in a decent spot. And they can't put up Mewtwo because we have Mew on the bench charged up and ready to go. I think they were actually supposed to put that energy on Gardevoir. Because they should leave themselves the flexibility to attack with Gardevoir next turn. And by putting the energy on Mewtwo, they no longer have that flexibility. So now we put Pidgeot EX up. I cannot play Professor's Research because Gengar's in their active spot. I think I'm just playing Pidgeot. Just building up towards other Big Bird. If they Sabrina me, I have 2 single knockout point Pokemon on the bench I can switch into, so that's not lethal. Gengar doesn't clear my Pidgeot. Mewtwo doesn't clear my Pidgeot. They can switch to Gardevoir and to not be dead on board, but... And this is why they should have put the energy on Gardevoir last turn. Because if they could switch to Gardevoir and crack this for 60 here, I'd be in a less good spot. Because then the Mewtwo would threaten to knock it out. But because they put the energy on Mewtwo last turn instead of putting the energy here, they're not in an amazing position. So, if they clear Druddigon with Gardevoir, and they don't play out another bench Pokemon, Sabrina is lethal, yeah? Because Mew clears both of these in one. I don't understand why many people don't use Gyarados EX. Gyarados EX is literally one of the 3 most popular decks in the game. Just so we're clear. It's like am I gonna audible off of the Dark deck again and play this in the tournament this afternoon? If you're looking for some examples of the stock Gyarados decks, you should check out my tier list breakdown of the most popular and common decks in Pokemon Pocket. Poor Weezing Arbok. Just gonna constantly play second fiddle for my tournament deck choice. We got a little bit. We got an hour 45 till the event fires, so I'm kind of feeling playing some more stage 2s. How does one get cool card sleeves like yours with the most powerful card in mobile gaming? Your credit card. You too can unlock all cosmetics of your choice in games like Pokemon Pocket. What are they doing? Weird psychic stuff? I think we're powering up the Pidgeotto. Other research we're pretty likely to hit. I'll put the extra Druddigon on the bench for now. It's gonna be a match where we power up one of these as well, honestly. Why does it look like you're always dancing? When you see this chair back behind me, I'm pedaling on a bike. I work 50 to 60 hours a week and have 3 small children. Gotta get the exercise in when I can. Lovely. All right, well now we're definitely powering up this to start. I think we just out powering up the Turtle Dragon. I feel like a lot of our opponents seem like they just want to like stall against us while we're building our dragon, but our deck's pretty good at it. pretty good at playing through the stalling. Hey, Arjun, thanks for hanging out. Hey, Cry Freedom, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Does Drudagon have an evolution card? It does not. Just a basic. Opponent just like completely stun locked about how they're supposed to approach this board. This doesn't seem right. I don't know. Maybe they're just damned if they do, damned if they don't. Because, like, the Pidgeot is queued up and ready to go here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna audible to this. I was gonna play the dark deck, but I'm gonna be honest. This has been sweet. I wanna try in a more competitive setting. I'm a big fan of this Tauros Drudagon core. Jeff, I would argue Gyarados isn't that popular, to be honest. Just because decks show up in tournaments does not mean they are popular in random matches. So, the thing that you need to understand about your statement is that your sample size is bad and you should feel bad for telling me about it. Contrary to what your significant other told you during undergrad, size matters. And the reason why I use tournament metrics as the things to talk about is because there's no other objective data that's meaningful sample size for measuring what's going on in the format. So, like, anecdotally, sure, things like Pikachu aren't particularly popular in the queue based on my anecdotal experience, but also, like, my anecdotal experience isn't representative of what everyone's playing. A lot of people seem to make this false equivalent extrapolation that the meta or what's popular is just like the last 10 games they played against. And you got to remember, even if you spent literally all day playing Pokemon Pocket and you played 100 games over the course of every day, your 100 games is still a statistically insignificant sample size. There's probably millions of games of Pokemon Pocket played per day. And in any really small sample size, and even 100 games is a really small sample size, much less the 10 or a dozen or whatever that you probably play in a day, there's gonna be a ton of variance in what there is there, right? Like, if Gyarados was 20% of the decks being played in the random queue, there's still a really good chance you could play 20 or 30 games and not run into it. And sure, it's probably something less. I honestly would be surprised if any singular individual deck had a high double-digit play rate in the queue. As someone who plays a lot of this game, my anecdotal experience is there's basically nothing that seems super popular. You'll hit streaks now and then, but streaks are going to happen even with uncommon things. Last 100 would be more relevant if we had ranked. Even then, it's not really. Like, ranked games also have lots of people playing them. All right, we gotta take a short pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. I think I'm gonna run upstairs and grab my salad for my lunch here, and then I think when we get back we're gonna play something else because I'm gonna lock this in for the tournament this afternoon. I like the Drudagon Toro shell, and I want to try this Pidgeotto build. Ranked would help create a solid meta. It doesn't really. I think people have very silly ideas of what they think a ranked system would do, and they don't really understand how ranked systems work in a lot of games like this. Is there a reason you don't join competitive tournaments? I'm honestly just gonna remove you from my chat. Is there a reason you don't join competitive tournaments? Holy good lord. Oh my god. Especially after we were just talking about what deck. All right, I'm gonna go grab my lunch. That person's gone. Catch you later. Be right back. Be right back. All right. Sorry for the slightly longer rig. Took me a minute to put all my salad stuff together. All right, so I think the plan here is we're gonna shelve the Pidgeotto deck until the tournament, because I'm happy with it. And then we'll put a couple other things together I want to try. Just Water Fire in this deck. You don't really need Psychic for Immunity. You want to attack with True to God somewhat consistently. Inglorious, thank you for the 17 months. All right, what do I want to play? Let's try some Jolteon Zebstrika. Inglorious, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Anyone else out there a fan of roasted Brussels sprouts in your salad? I did that. Cooked up a whole tray of those last night, along with some sweet potatoes. A little honey mustard dressing. Top it off with some cranberries. Lovely, lovely. All right, Eevee wins this game on the spot all the time, yeah? Esports, Eevee, I choose you! Jolteon's one of those cards whose average damage output feels like it should be more played than it is, but it's just kind of awkward in the Pikachu deck, which is the best Lightning deck. Do you roast your Brussels sprouts cut side up or cut side down? You just take Chaos Theory. You just throw them on the tray. And wherever they end up at, they end up at. I don't think I want to Sabrina them. And give them basically a free retreat into the coughing. / wheezing. All right, so we can Sabrina them here. X-speed the Zeb Strike out. Crack them for 40 with the Tauros. And then even if they retreat back, they're at 30, so they need a potion to live the Zeb Strike up. When did you start playing card games? I'm fairly new, getting to Magic Arena about 6 months ago. I've been playing card games for about 2.5 decades. I picked up Magic when I was like 10 years old. I am about to tick 34 here in a little bit. You ever played paper card games? If so, which ones? Yeah, I traveled to play Magic the Gathering competitively for almost a decade. Traveling to play games competitively is very much a hobby, though. Does not pay the bills. It breaks even if you're lucky. Whereas making content here on the internet provides a pretty decent living for my family. The competitive circuit that I played on was all constructed. It was probably about 50% modern and then split standard and legacy with the other two. Why the blue? Blue is good for 90 HP stage 1, so they can survive a hit from Pikachu for a turn. Alright, Eevee, do your thing, girl. Oh, you know, maybe I shouldn't play the Mew out in this matchup. It's pretty mediocre against Pikachu. Eevee doing its best far-fetched impersonation here. Sequencing with Pokeball and research depends on what you want to draw. If you want to draw more basic Pokemon, you research before you Pokeball. If you want to draw more non-basic Pokemon cards, you Pokeball first. No, I never got into Commander. Commander is too expensive of a format. And playing with proxies isn't very satisfying, and has issues with mixed groups when you're trying to play with different people. I also hate the song and dance of sitting down at a new Commander table and trying to figure out the power level between everybody's decks. They're like, all right, well, your 7 power level is my 5. So you think these decks are comparable, but they're not. If I'm going to have a casual gaming experience, I'd much rather just sit down with a really solid board game that's well balanced and know that we can play that as a group and not have to haggle about any of the details. I could also buy an entire shelf of board games for the price of a land base and an average multicolor Commander deck that's optimal, so that's also more appealing. Never played Dominion. We usually don't do a lot of deck building games because when I play board games with my groups of friends, they tend to be a mix of... The folks I play board games with tend to be a mix of people who have a lot of TCG experience and people who don't. And people who have a lot of TCG experience tend to be a lot better at deck building games. So it tends to be a pretty not balanced. Games like Dominion are very good when everybody's like similar skill level when it comes to card games, but TCG player skills translate pretty directly in those games, which means if you have some hardcore card gamers and some nods, it's not going to be fun for the casuals. Hey, look, Jolteon does exist. All right, Jolteon. I just need a nice and average roll, okay? Tap it in. Tap, tap, tap it in. Thank you. Made us sweat there for it, but we got there in the end. So, what's their plan here? I guess they could surge onto this. That doesn't seem like a winning plan. Feels like average Jolteon variant, so we're good here. All right, at least Jolteon killed the Zapdos before choosing to brick. Put it with the mis-sequencing here. Yeah, they needed to hit their Volt Charge first. Might be a little bit new to playing their deck. Is Aerodactyl EX good enough to build a deck around? Yeah, you should check out my tier list there. Aerodactyl is a key piece in the fighting deck core that's been successful right now. Yeah, I think they were probably dead with optimal play. Their mistake likely didn't matter in terms of the result. We're going first, and we have Zeb Strika on deck here. That's nice. Get to attack their backline right away if it's beneficial. When does trading open up? They've said trading will open in January, as well as the next set dropping in January. So my somewhat educated speculation is that they're not going to let you trade the newest set of cards. And I bet trading will launch when the second set launches. I was sad to see Venusaur's downfall. In order for something to have a downfall, it would have had to have been on top at some point to start. And Venusaur was very much never on top of anything. I think I want to just do this. Is the plan. They crack me for 50, and then I put second energy on here, and then they can't clear this without losing their Mewtwo on the backswing. Our crowd rare Mew doing its best electric Pokemon impersonation here. Them having to spend Mewtwo's energy in order to pull it out because we have Mew on our bench is so good for us. think I'm X-speeding Zeb Strike out. It's just a question of, do I want to switch to Eevee or do I want to switch to Tauros? I guess we could use blue that turn as an interesting thought. Some really interesting maneuvering in this game on both sides. These cards that have really strong attacks into particular things really make the dynamic of this game super fun. All right, if we high roll a little bit with this Jolteon, we'll be in a very good spot. Am I supposed to fill this bench slot? I feel like I'm supposed to leave this bench slot open, so that way I can put this other Zeb Strike out, potentially, to clear something in the back. I'm not putting an energy on the Eevee this turn anyway, so I think I wait a turn. Oh, that's so huge. Absolutely massive. And they can't put up Mewtwo because Mew EX threatens to clear it. Excuse me? Is this thing on? Hello? Hello? You don't have Gardevoir anymore, but I could just put this one up. Alright, they're dead to Giovanni off the top. Only 3 cards in my deck. That'll do, pig. That'll do, pig. Tauros and Mew were such good additions to this game. They give me such an immense amount of faith in the design team. Just like we're gonna have interesting designs. God, that was awesome. Really sweet maneuvered game. That's fantastic. They were also dead to the Sabrina. Yeah, that's true. That was a ton of fun. These incredibly non-linear decks where what you're doing depends heavily on what the opponent's doing are the most fun to play in Pocket. Actually, we're going first. I should probably lead the Blitzel. Because Zeb Strike is a little better when going first. All right, their Misty hit 3 heads. Can I draw a Zeb Striker? Hit me, dealer. All right, 2 hits, 12 cards, 2 draws. That'll do, pig. That'll do, pig. I would like to paint the walls with that fish's blood in particular. Nice deck. Why does it do plus 20 damage? Because weakness doesn't apply on the bench. Loving the content on the YouTube side. Just passed on the sub. Keep up the good work. Thanks for poking over to the Twitch side to drop that Prime sub off. Incensio. Those are a big part of why this is able to be my job. Thanks for keeping me around. Is there a reason you always Pokeball before research? I don't always Pokeball before research. It depends on what I want to draw. Well, goodness me. Well, goodness me. I would like one of your finest zappy kicks, please. Listen, by the numbers, the Gyarados deck is very good inside of tournaments. But I could never stomach playing it in one. The Gyarados deck has almost no matchups that aren't incredibly polarized in one direction or another. Almost all of the matchups are like sub 30% or 70+%. Again, for folks that haven't heard me explain it before, it's very simple to understand when you should be Pokeballing first versus researching first. When you want to draw more basic Pokemon, you research first because there's more basics in your deck. And if you want to draw cards that aren't basic Pokemon, you want to Pokeball first because then there's less basic Pokemon in your deck. So ask yourself the question, what do you want to draw with Professor's Research when you're playing it, and then play your Pokeball accordingly. That is the word on the street, Jake. I don't have any official details yet. Sometime soon, TM. Hey, you know what's amusing? Our Mew isn't useless in the Pikachu matchup because we're a lightning deck. Oh, the Tauros draw here means that we're going to power that one up for sure to start. Are you gonna start Zeb striking me? Yeah, try and run the Tauros down, maybe? Oh, my Blitzle. Okay. Think it's this, and we hope to peel Jolteon here. Two Jolteons and a research and 10 cards. Really? Okay. It's a shame I can't Giovanni here in addition to the Leaf. This is the only Leaf in my deck when I have 2 copies of X Speed. If it would have had X Speed here, that's fine. We'll just roll 3 heads, yeah, and it'll be great. Till Savage wrecked. Probably torched. Oops, all tails. Jolteon? Yeah, something like that. Jolteon, more like 9 tails, but it's really sad how often I have to say this, but just to continue saying it because it deserves to be said every time I say it. You are always welcome to offer constructive criticism of my play or my opponent's play. You are never welcome to simply insult my opponent and say they are bad or dumb or things like that. It's a really good way to get banned on this channel like Revo just did on the YouTube side. Don't be a dick. I think we're probably done at this point. That being their second knockout point. Yeah, GG put it. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. I need to go change my deck to the Pidgeot deck on... Hey, I changed my deck to the Pidgeot deck on the tournament site real quick here. While that happens, we'll see you in 120 seconds. The tournament rounds will be starting in about 55 minutes this afternoon. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Try the Tri-Bird this afternoon. Double check that this is right. Mew, Drudagon, Pidgeline, Tauros, Pokeball, Research, Geo, Sabrina Leaf. Yep. Is the energy right? Yeah, fire water is right. No psychic. Yeah, we're gonna play the Pidgeot deck in the tournament. I like how Twitch sends me emails telling me that I have a gift sub expiring to a channel I haven't watched in like the last 2 months. It's like, yes, dear Twitch, let me know that sub is expiring. You do not have to indicate which energy you're playing in the tournament. No, it's not part of the deck registration. Well, leading Zebstrika into the Golem deck sounds insane. Does anyone else get a crazy amount of gift subs? So fun fact about Twitch gift subs. Twitch gift subs are not distributed at random. You are more likely to get a gift sub if you are someone who spends money on Twitch. it prioritizes giving gift subs to people who are more likely to turn them into paid subs. So when someone gifts subs at random, they're technically pay to win. So if you're someone who's spent any amount of money on Twitch as a platform, you're more likely to catch a gift sub. Geodude and Froakie. Huh. That makes things more challenging. I think I need to go after the frog. But it's close. I'm having two different backline things I want to go after. Stress is what I want to do here. And fun fact, especially in smaller streams, it doesn't even give preference to gifting subs to people who are currently watching the stream. If someone gifts like 50 subs and there's 200 people here, but a lot of them don't spend money on Twitch, there's a good chance those gift subs will go to people not currently watching the channel. It's one of the reasons why if you're someone who spends money on Twitch, you'll occasionally get gift subs to channels you've literally never watched before. If they have a good draw here with the Golem and the Leaf and Brock and stuff, we could be in trouble here. We'll see. It's possible Jolteon rolls hard enough to get us out of it, but if they have the ability to get this up and active ASAP, we'll probably have a hard time running them down. Them researching this turn is good for us. It means we'll hopefully get to mark some more damage on this. Something weird happened last month, and my Prime sub got used on a random channel I never watched. You should absolutely enable two-factor authentication on your Twitch and change your passwords. There's a good chance your Twitch account is compromised. Either someone else in your family has your login and used it, but more likely your Twitch account and login is compromised. You should enable two-factor. Hey, big smiles. Thanks for that brand new primer. And Yomin, thank you for the entire year. This is a good reminder that you should be using a unique password on every single account you have on the internet. Isukeen, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate it. Oh, I guess them putting this one up means they could put Golem up and Lunge out and clear this, but then average Jolteon variance clears them back, so that doesn't seem good for them. They've already used both potions, yeah. Well, they haven't played... No, they played the Sabrina for the turn, yeah. Okay, well, now I'm just going to go ahead and Sabrina them back. And basically make them have Leaf next turn. They didn't have Leaf last turn, but they're probably playing 2 copies of it. It's a shame we don't have our copy of Mew. Mew is definitely our best card against Golem. If I had tons of passwords, but I use unique password on every throwaway account, I'd be in trouble. That's what a password manager is for. Password managers really make having a unique password everything easy. Okay, there's the Mew, and they've struggled enough here that we should be done, I think. Their draw's been slow enough. This Golem deck's so clunky. They have 0 knockout points, so even if they put Golem up and clear this, and then Jolteon misses, this will still be ready to go before they win the game. Are they actually trying to pivot to building a second Golem? That's so cute. This Golem just dies to Mew at this point, so we'll start chewing up the second one here as well. All right, let the pin missiles fly, huh, gamers? Electric Jolteon zapping a Graveler out of the game hurts my Pokemon VGC sensibilities, but it is what it is. Zebstrika is such a powerful card, and so is Jolteon, honestly. This course seems real reasonable. Like, mixture of good cards with Tauros and Mew to be anti-meta cards. Not hitting any more basics here is a little bit sad. I'd love to add an Eevee or potentially a Tauros to our bench in this matchup. If Umbreon and Espeon in the next expansion only take single typed energy to attack, we are going to build so many sweet 2-color Eevee decks. I think I want to just run the Ralts down here, yeah? What's your favorite Pokemon in general? Alolan Sandshrew my favorite. That's why he's on my banner underneath me here, even though he's not in the game yet. Mew really isn't amazing against Zebstrika, huh? They just kind of canoodle each other while we get to go for their bench. Eevee or Tauros are both great here. Just don't want to hit the one Blitzel. Narrator. It was, in fact, the one Blitzel. I'll hold on to this for now without the other Zebstrike in my hand. There's a chance these last two bench slots should be Tauros and Jolteon. Alright, 11 cards into their deck. Do they have the Gardevoir? I wonder if we'll see them start Thunder Spearing the Mew on my bench. What's my favorite Pidgeot EX deck? We're actually going to play Pidgeot EX in the tournament starting in 40 minutes. So be able to see my preferred build of that here shortly. Oh, man. The lack of Eevee and Tauros is truly unfortunate. Needed to hit Eevee this turn. 2 Eevees, a Tauros, a Pokeball, and a Research, and 8 cards. My original favorite Pokemon was Base Sandshrew. And blue is my favorite color, personally. Dabba-dee-dabba-die. So, a low-end Sandshrew's my favorite, because it is a blue version of my favorite Pokemon from the original games. I guess I Sabrina them here to force the Gardevoir up. Because they can't put the Mewtwo up where I kill it. And I should put damage on the Mew so that way if I find Jolteon, I can threaten to pressure this off the board. Or Tauros. Well, I guess Tauros clears it either way. It's funny, next turn we're actually going to switch to this Blitzel just so they can't keep tacking my Mew with Thunder Spear. I actually just put the Eevee up, right? I guess this plan goes sideways if they flip 3 heads in a row, but if I hit 1 heads here, it means I only need 2 heads on Jolteon next turn, so I think this is a worthwhile small gamble. So they could obviously genome hacking and esports us back, but unlikely that they hit that 3x. This deck generated really sweet games of Pokemon Pocket. And even if I only hit 2 heads here and don't high roll, Zebstrika threatens to clean this up in the back, which is nice. So they'll need a potion or an expeditioner. And if we hit 3 heads, we just win on the spot. Okay, there's 2. And they can't just switch up Mewtwo and knock us out because Mew is on the bench, charged up and ready to go. They need Potion or Budding Expeditioner here to not just be dead. Can they retreat to Gardevoir? Then Zebstrika comes up and clears the Mew off the bench, Chesty. You can run, but you cannot hide. Oh, we should have Giovanni to beat a single potion. I think them having blue is more likely than having potion looking at meta list, Duck. So I think I like holding the Giovanni so they can't blue and put Mewtwo up. That's close, though. Hitting the second copy of the basic we already have when there's 5 basics in our deck always feels so atrocious. Just big oof energy. To get full access to the Discord server, you need to link your subscribed Twitch account or your YouTube account that has a membership to your Discord account in your Discord settings. That is a lovely draw. And I go ahead and Thunder Spear the back Celebi, so that way they're both chewed a little bit and Tauros can clear them in 1. If the opponent flips... This is usually how the Celebi matchups feel for these decks, where you're like, okay, if they hit double heads on this first attack, I'm in a bad spot. But if they hit just average here, we're going to be pretty good to go. Yep. Yep. Full casino experience. If they put a third energy on here in order to be more likely to clear this, they are then, they can't follow up with another attack back here. So because we have this Giovanni to beat their Erica, we might actually still be okay here. Not a lock by any means, but... I need a draw X speed. We, unironically, are now in a bad spot because they didn't kill the Eevee and I didn't draw one of my 2 X speeds. Like, the fact that they hit on the first one and then missed on the second one, and we bricked on our X speed in 12 cards actually means we're in a bad spot. Just holy... What an awesome S-tier deck you have there, opponent. Good night. Sleep tight. Listen, I know people are laughing about my opponent having some bad luck here, but I would like the record to reflect this game is only close to begin with because they hit 2 heads on their very first coin flips of the game. If they hadn't hit double heads to start, the game would not be remotely close. All right, and then they're through both of their Ericas at this point. Oh, actually, that didn't matter at all, right? Because the execute was always getting Zebstrika. So the extra set of tails at the end there was extra funny, but the Zebstrika was still clearing the egg regardless. Yeah, they needed to Erica the egg and then clear the Tauros to have a shot there, so they messed up. Listen, chat, live by this LOB, die by this LOB is all I'm gonna say. All right, Misty, are we playing a game? We are. That's fun. These are not the two basics I want to start with here against an Articuno. I think I'm just putting an energy on the Tauros. Need them to not hit 2 heads here. If they hit 1 heads, we might still have a shot. 0 heads means we're firmly ahead. Listen, chat, the card's called Misty, not Hitty, okay? Finest zappy kicks, please. So we hit them with the zappy kick. They put an energy. They hit us for 40. We evolve. We put second energy. We hit something in the back. And then Tauros comes up and bops the Articuno. Although, I probably just want to Zebstrika the Articuno to play around a copy of Potion. The Druidigon here makes me think they're potentially a Gyarados deck. Oh, they would need double potion to live, wouldn't they? Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'm gonna tap the Druidigon. I can spread this out. Sounds great. And they can't even just retreat the Articuno, because if they retreat the Articuno, the Zebstrika can run it down while it's in the back line. I think they're just stuck here. Would you like to trade 3 energy and 2 knockout points for 1 energy and 1 knockout point? Oh, you would? It's a good exchange. I accept. I accept your terms and conditions. So they're going to put the Druidigon up here. And then we're going to X-speed out this Tauros and put up Zebstrika and start poking at the Articuno in the back. Zebstrika letting you chew up EX Pokemon so they go down in 1 to Tauros is pretty good. You also just hit Druidigon twice. I think that's worse if they have Leaf Duck. I wasn't a fan of the Marshadow Hitmonlee Primate build. I think it's worse than just playing Farfetch'd. Hey, thanks, Senna. Life's pretty good. Had a solid start to the new year. Time for my favorite Pokemon Pocket subgame of the late. Run down the routes. Definitely gonna evolve Zebstrika and start cracking this. It takes Mew forever to get through Zebstrika. Get Tauros out. Get this other evolution out. Get Crackalakin. Have to have their stage 1 or a potion, or they're just out of this character right away. And then Zebstrika only takes 1 energy, so Tauros gets to start charging up then as well. Ooh, they drew a Pokemon. Is it the Krylia? There she is. It's Mewtwo. We probably want to tap the Mewtwo once, so that way... We probably want to tap the Mewtwo so that way Tauros threatens it. I'm gonna go ahead and blue here, so that way Mewtwo doesn't knock out my Zebstrika next turn without a Giovanni. I think I'm saving this last bench slot for a Mew. It's close, though. Where am I putting the Thundering Spear? I think I'm putting the Thundering Spear into their routes, so that way Zebstrika can clear this route, and then knocking out a single EX gets me the win. No, I think I want to clear this. I think I want to make them have the second Krylia here. Damn. Because I have Giovanni to knock this one out next turn. I think that's fine. Do they draw Potion? They must have drawn Potion, yeah. Oh, they just have blue. Our Giovanni beats that. A lot of these Mewtwo decks are playing blue instead of Giovanni because it's better in the mirror. Okay. That's really good for us, yeah. Done. Cool. They don't really have a great attacker left, and we're going to get to build up Jolteon before they do. That was sweet. This deck seems very reasonable. I bet its Pikachu matchup's a little bit hard, but the Mewtwo matchup seems solid. And obviously our Zebstrika deck is probably good against Gyarados. We crunched that very quickly the 2 times we hit it. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. I'm going to run to the restroom as well. Our tournament rounds are going to be starting in 15 minutes. We'll play 1 or 2 more with this when we get back, and then we're going to be playing Pidgeot deck in the tournament. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Any use for Galvantula? I don't think so. 80 HP is just so low. Even the 90 HP stage ones can be a little bit sketchy. He says while showing a deck that has 2 of them. What do you think of new Raichu? I'd be surprised if new Raichu's a very good card. Seems kind of low payoff for the energy investment it requires and the higher retreat cost it has. There are over 1,000 people signed up for the tournament starting in 10 minutes. It has a player cap of 512 though, so we'll see. We'll probably have the full 512 once people from the waitlist get in. All right, double research here makes us pretty likely to find Zebstrika. Says local man about to brick. I love not having to play around red card. Pokemon Pocket is a far more interesting and tactical game that's more skill testing when red card isn't a consideration. There's a lot of skill in being able to hold back your things or not when playing around Sabrina and others. And red card just randomly shuffling things away reduces the skill cap of the game by a pretty significant margin. I don't know if I'm playing Mew as my last slot here or not. Galloping Fupa, thanks for the prime. Even if the opponent has Gyarados here, Zebstrika's going to just pressure the Gyarados while it's on the bench, and we build up Tauros to clean it out once it comes up front. They need, like, Gyarados plus flips on Misty in order to be in this game. Oh, that's a baby Gyarados. Interesting. I've seen some people play this as a third Gyarados. So I guess we're not building up With baby Gyarados, do I just clear this frog now? I think so. I think it's like clear this in two. We would have focused on the Gyarados if it was the EX one, because that would be the only other knockout we need. You think baby Gyarados is good in the mirror? That's interesting. Why is that? Can you explain? I had Giovanni here just to play around bad luck. Means I only need one heads out of 4. Oh. Jolteon likes to make us sweat, gamers. Played around the variants. Well, I think we just Sabrina them, yes? It could also be right to just hit this for 80, because I'm Thunder Spearing it wins the game, but 2 flips here puts the Gyarados... Okay, 2 flips here puts the Gyarados to 50, which then Zebstrika with weakness still clears it while it's in the active, so... As long as we bat average here, we should be good. And they're on 0 knockout points too, so even if they have like Potion or Blue here that's something funky, the Zebstrika can hit it, and then we still have time to draw Jolteon. But a lot of these Gyarados decks don't have room for things like Potion. Do you think Jolteon is equal to Zapdos? I think Jolteon and Zapdos are very different cards, even if they're both lightning Pokemon that flip 4 coins. I think you'll be better off as a gamer if you stop trying to draw comparisons between 2 things that are just kind of different. Did you sell all your cards and decks in Paper Magic? Were they profitable if sold? I never owned that many Paper Magic cards. When you're like grinding a lot of tournaments, you make a lot of connections with like people who are vendors or collectors, and you like beg, borrow, and steal most of your stuff. I've got no respect for people who concede. That's funny, because I've got no respect for people who think wasting everyone's time is a feature. Different strokes for different folks, I suppose. Leading on Tauros when we don't have a, our copy of Leaf in hand feels a little bad. Just because you think it's wasting time doesn't mean they do. There's learning in the losses, folks. So, conceding when you are deterministically beat and you're just waiting for your opponent to click it out is just wasting everybody's time. Maybe in a tournament where it's like worth something if your opponent misclicks or disconnects, sure. But like when you're playing in a random queue and you're playing for 15 points worth of experience, there's not some huge gain you're getting from it, right? And it's fine if you want to see people, if you want to make people play it out or whatever. But like the idea that people retreating games where they're deterministically dead are less than is very silly, which is the statement that someone made in my chat. This matchup's probably abysmal for us if I had to venture a guess. I'm gonna give up the Tauros as a knockout here. Conceding in most games is soft. God, you people are so weird. You know what? You know what's something many of you need to hear more of? You should play your freaking video games for fun. And if at any point you're playing your game and you're not having fun with the game that you're playing, it's not soft or weird or bad to walk away from that game and go do something else with your time. When you're an actual adult, you're gonna have so many things in your life that you are obligated to do that are not remotely fun or enjoyable. You absolutely should not let your video game be something that isn't enjoyable for you. If at any point your video game feels like a chore, you should reassess how you're playing that game. My bride is worth 15 experience points, something like that. Holy. Has blue been useful? It actually hasn't. From a theory perspective, I wanted blue to protect Jolteon and Zebstrika from like Starmies and Pikachus, but it really just hasn't played out that way at all. I roll a little bit here and we can get him. Okay, I thought we were in trouble this game, but our opponent retreated to this Aerodactyl, and then Jolteon did what she does best, and hits a little bit high and cleans him up. I think if the opponent would have left Farfetch'd up and invested in Marshadow, we probably wouldn't have had much of a shot this game. But I think they made a little bit of a mistake here by putting that up and giving us the opportunity to pin missile them. Two triple headers in a row. Clean 140. Jolteon's one of those cards that can get you out of a lot of situations. It can put you into some sticky ones too, but like the, okay, we hit 3 heads here and now we're winning by a lot is real solid. All right. The tournament is about to start. Cool. Let's pull the tournament deck list up. We're gonna be playing. We might talk myself into playing the Jolteon deck at some point in the future. We have time to play more tournaments next week. But today, we are going to play. Where is it? We're playing the bird deck in the tournament today. We've got these 20 cards registered. Our first round fired right away. Lovely. Like to check in. Oh my goodness. We are playing against another gamer of culture. It is a Pidgeot EX mirror match. They're a psychic energy enjoyer though. We are playing fire and water energy in this deck. Mew does not need psychic. So the opponent's playing the full Pidgeot EX line, Behem, and then 1 Sigilif. They have new Pidgey and old Pidgeotto. They'll have first energy advantage here. They notably have 2 Pokeflutes and 1 Giovanni as things that look noteworthy. I think I'm going to lead Mew to take some hits here. I'm going to lead Mew to take some hits here. No red cards to play around. 1 copy of Sabrina. We're looking to Professor's research into our 1 copy of Pidgeot. So we'll Pokeball first here. We'll chill on playing the Tauros out for now, I think. El Grande, thank you for the 49 months. Welcome back. This is their one and only copy of X Speed. They have no leaves. I'm gonna build up Drudagon with no stage 1 in sight. It's close though. They're drawing a lot of cards here. We do not pressure them, which is not great for us. If they brick on their stage 1 for one more turn, the Drudagon's going to be really solid, but if they hit it this turn, yeah, we're in a little bit of trouble. Okay, so what's the play from here? I think it's Tauros into Leaf back to the Tauros. Having Mew as our lead was definitely not ideal. I think we're just dead to the average permutation here. I needed one more energy, is the problem. I do 90, 100, 120, they go to 50. It's still not enough. We'll open on this and see where we go. I can survive a hit and crack them back, but then I think I die to the Behem, no matter how I slice it. Yeah. stop wasting our time here. Yeah, the opponent had first energy advantage that game, which was the deciding factor. We were one energy off. They not only had first energy advantage, they also had their 1 of X speed early to allow them to switch to start drawing cards. And then opponent has first energy advantage. And I think that's the #1 thing I would really love to see changed for tournaments in this game, is I really wish the client gave you the agency to pick who has first energy advantage, because it feels really bad in a tournament best of 3 for your opponent to have first energy advantage all 3 games that you play. We need a fire energy underneath this water here, so Druidigon can attack. Hey, thanks for the 3/4 of a year, Penguin. Appreciate it. I'm having their sigil if early again. We really need this to be a fire underneath, or we need to hit Pidgey. One of those 2 things needs to happen. I need to have Pidgey next turn, or this needs to be fire so my Druidigon can start applying pressure right away. I understand why the opponent only plays 1 X speed now. I'd probably only play 1 of them as well if I always had my opener. I got both of what I wished for here. I got the fire energy and the Pidgey. Let's go. Hey, thanks, Tim. I appreciate you hanging out. Seven cards left in their deck here, so likely that they have their evolution line here. It's gonna take them a little bit to get set up, and Druidigon notably clears everything in their deck in 1 shot here. That's not their Pidgeot EX, all 80s and 90s. If this professor's research can find us a Sabrina, we'll hopefully be in a pretty decent spot. Oh, them having their one of Sabrina here is unfortunate. I guess this buys us some time, though. Maybe this is fine. This might be fine, actually. So they clear this. I put Drudagon up. I put second energy. I attack. I put third energy. I'm ready to attack. They don't have another Sabrina. Is there a reason to play this other Drudagon out? I don't think there is, right? Because they don't have another Sabrina. They do not have the drive-off Pidgeot in their deck. Three cards left in their deck, 7 in ours. They've played both their researches, and they hit with their Sigilif a couple times. They do not have another Sabrina. So I don't have to worry about that. Just take my knockout point here. And then if they don't have their second Pidgeot EX, I get to clear them with Sabrina and my Pidgeot EX next turn. And if they do have second Pidgeot EX, I just hit their Pidgeot, and then they can't clear mine in one on the backswing, even if they have Flutes and Giovanni's. This game definitely is showing us some of the flexibility of Drudagon being able to attack. Okay. Alright, no dexterity errors, and we're good to go. Sabrina, you put an energy on and put a Pidgeot out. Win the game. Go to game 3. This is game 2. Our opponent won the first game. Heading to game 3 here. A good set so far. A lot of back and forth. Yeah, can we have first energy advantage for the first time in this match? Would really enjoy having first energy advantage. Cool. Leading on Pidgey is not where we want to be in life. We got first energy advantage, but our opener is very bad. What do we think of Giovanni Gust? And then if I draw Pidgeot, I could actually clear them. If they don't retreat. I'm kind of into it. Geo doesn't have a ton of use in this matchup. It's not giving us a lot of useful breakpoints. I'm not doing any other supporter this turn, so I might as well get some value out of it. Couldn't you Giovanni next turn? Not if I Professor's Research into the Pidgeotto. Am I giving up my energy advantage, or am I leafing to get this Pidgey out? I think I'm leafing to get the Pidgey out. They've got 20 on them. If they take 20 from Drudagon's Rough Skin, Tauros plus Giovanni clears the Pidgeot EX. So that Giovanni on the first turn means that Tauros, Geo, Rough Skin clears their EX. They have no potions, no blues. Dabba-dee-dabba-die. The second Drudagon's actually a solid draw for us here, because it means that we're insulated against them having their one copy of Sabrina. So if they attack us here, they're dead. That turn one Giovanni, mattering in terms of breakpoints, but not the one I was thinking of at the time remotely. They know we have two Giovannis, but they also know we've already played one. Put it deep in the tank here. Does not attacking do anything for them. It gives them time to set up a second Pidgeot on their bench eventually. But it also gives us time to set things up as well. Harry, thank you for the 3.5 years. Ran the timer fully down. Maybe they were loading the Twitch stream to see if we have the other Giovanni. I guess I should have put these energies on the active Drudagon, huh? I would have forced him into it. This is such a weird sequence. I mean, I think they're done. We win the game now. But it's so weird to not attack there, just to attack now. Like I feel like if you're waiting when they waited, they probably should have switched to the Sigilif and drawn to build up another full health Pidgeot. I mean, it gives me a lot of time too. I think they're in a bad spot regardless, but it feels weird to me that they waited all that time and then like finally YOLO'd it here after giving me more chances. Yeah, maybe they just didn't want the immediate loss, but the game's functionally over once I take the Pidgeot anyways, unless they build up a second one. So being able to attack with your Blastoise is, I think, definitely better than Pidgeot EX in terms of being a finisher, but being able to attack with Drudagon was so important in this match. Like, you could win a ton of games in Pokemon Pocket just with Tauros and Drudagon when they can both attack. Like, it's... yeah. All right, we're gonna throw the deck list on the screen here. For people that are asking for it, we need to take an ad roll. I got about 10 minutes till the next round fires, so I'll probably be able to play a match of something else in between. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you're enjoying the tournament gameplay. There's over 800 people watching on YouTube, only 460 like button pressers. Tap that like button for a free way to help my content a little bit. Thanks, Drew. Yeah, the first turn Geo ended up being huge that game for sure. Getting a little warm in the basement now. Sweater's coming off. Things are getting serious. Yeah, the YouTube numbers have been really solid. We've been getting close to 1,000 over there most days now, which is great. Hey, Alya, thank you for the 4 years. That's a long time. Welcome back. Barricade, thank you for the almost 2 years. And Grindias, thank you for the brand new Prime. If there's anybody out there finding the channel for the first time and you've got an unused Prime sub, consider sending it my way. If you're not sure what that is, if you subscribe to Amazon Prime, you link that to your Twitch account, you get a free Prime sub every month. When you click that button on that subs link, it takes $2 from Jeffrey Bezos and puts it into my pocket instead. Jeffrey Bezos has enough dollars. Consider it a Jeff to Jeff wealth transfer, if you would. Speaking of, Lancer, appreciate the new primer. All right, we got about 6 minutes till round 2 of the tournament pairs. For those of you that haven't watched one of my tournament streams before, we will not be playing the tournament deck between rounds. So if you're poking in and out, you could know when you see us playing the Pidgeot deck this afternoon that we're playing in the tournament, and when it's something else, it's not the tournament. What is one feature you wish Pocket had, and why is it being able to equip default flares? I think there's a list of probably like 24 quality of life improvements they could make to the deck editor. That would be relatively simple, I'd wager. I really hope those are on their roadmap. So this deck is what I wanted to try. That's got a relatively straightforward idea. We're playing Marowak EX and Aerodactyl EX. It's just a bunch of things that theoretically do 80 for 2 energy. You just got good, consistent, aggressive attackers early. M-Fern, thanks for hooking up that primer. Good afternoon. And then I have one Hitmonlee as a 5th basic, because I'm counting Ambers as basics, to attack Gyarados decks, obviously. Hey, Hoosier. I've been watching since the SCG days. That's a long time. Thanks for the entire year. Welcome back. Oh no, they took away my Marowak with the red card. How will I ever win the game now? Average red card experience, really. They did take away my Aerodactyl EX, I suppose. Oh, Marowak, you're supposed to punish the red card user, not give them a fighting chance. What you're currently witnessing is why Aerodactyl EX is much better than Marowak. How are you doing? I'm doing swell. Life's great. Pokemon Pocket's a ton of fun. First couple of sets of cards are great. Excited for more of this game in 2025. Marowak knows he was supposed to be shuffled away. Yep. See, this is bad variance allotment, chat. We should have been smarter and split these heads up across the 2 turns. Misty! Yikes. Oh no. Averaging 80 damage a turn in all the wrong ways. This Pokeball actually doesn't get anything, yeah? Yikes. That's fine. Marowak's gonna hit 2 heads again here and everything's gonna be alright. Unlucky. All right. 2 Aerodactyl EX, 1 Marowak EX, 2 Professor's Research. So 5 hits in 10 cards here. Oh no, do they have double potion? Oh no! Double potion's so bad for us gamers. Alas. All right, I'm gonna fire another game here, but there's a real chance we'll have to leave it. If the round queues instantly, we'll have to leave. But if the round goes into overtime a little bit, well, we should be able to finish it out. Lovely. Our little Cubone here. Grr, arg. No damages. All right, Marowak, I need you to do more damage than Mew did last turn, okay? No damages is not an acceptable answer here. I need you to swing wide, bud. Oh, no! It's been so long since I played this card, I forgot how tilting it is. The actual singular best thing about Pokemon Pocket's Mythical Island expansion is I no longer have to play with the card Kangaskhan. That card is tilting AF. Cryptic Ranger, thank you for the prime. We are 1-0 in our tournament rounds today. We're playing Pidgeot. I think it's unlikely that there's ever an official overlay for Pokemon Pocket because there's no PC client for this game. Angry Penguin. Thanks for being a happy new sub in Hoaglandia. Appreciate the primer. Alright, Mew, my Marowak missed once. Assuredly, you can miss once as well. Oh, that's what we were just talking about, Avenger. It's hard to make a tracker for a mobile-only game. Yes! Oh, we're so lucky. And I'm gonna be honest here, chat. I'm retreating to the Aerodactyl. Yeah, get out of here. Jeff to Jeff, transfer complete. Thank you, Penguin. Yes, you should not have Psychic Energy in the tournament deck I'm playing. All right, we're 4 minutes over on time in the tournament round. So I don't think I'm going to queue another. Hopefully we'll have round 2 paired shortly. Let's throw the Pidgeot deck up that we're playing for folks that are asking. You should only have fire and water energy in this. These are the 20 cards we're playing here. Yeah, tapping a quick ad while we wait. Seems fine. See you in a minute. You think Pokeflute is bad? I think it's worse than the other cards I could be playing here. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm not playing it. I think Pokeflute is mostly only good when I already have my Stage 2 Pokemon in play. And when I have my Stage 2 Pokemon in play, I'm probably winning the game most of the time anyways. While there's definitely going to be some edge cases where you flute and flute wins you the game that you wouldn't have won otherwise, I think there'll be plenty of other games where it's just a brick and doesn't do anything for you. Seems like a fairly high variance card. We actually beat a Pidgeot EX mirror match in the first round. Yeah, I think a lot of time Pokeflute ends up being a win more card. It's a card you only want when you're already ahead. Appreciate all the old regulars coming back today and the first time people dropping by. My Twitch tracker here says we had over 100 new followers on Twitch. If you enjoy high-level Pokemon pocket play with lots of off-meta decks and tournaments and brewing up for tournaments, this is one of the best places on the internet for that. I stream full-time here. You'll find me here Monday through Friday during the week for typically somewhere between 4 to 8 hours a day, depending on what my schedule has going on. Our schedule's been a little bit weird lately because the tournaments are at different times, but typically you'll find me here working a normal work day. I've been streaming on Twitch for what feels like an eternity, a little over a decade now. I've been a partnered streamer and doing this full-time for over 7 years. Before Pocket, I did a lot of Magic the Gathering, Marvel Snap, and a lot of other turn-based and strategy games. Got our second round opponent here, playing against some Mewtwo, it looks like. Playing against pretty stock Mewtwo, 9 Pokemon with a single Mew EX as a 5th basic. No red card, no X speed, 2 copies of Leaf, 1 Giovanni, 1 Sabrina, 1 blue. Them having first energy advantage is not stellar for us, but it is what it is. We're looking for a Pidgey or a copy of Mew to get setting up ASAP here. Leading on Tauros isn't strictly ideal, but we didn't have a choice. Playing Professor's Research first maximizes the probability that I end this turn with a copy of Mew. So I'm going to research to start. The more basics I thin out of my deck before I Pokeball, the more likely the Pokeballs are to find the Mews. There's no red card, and they're never knocking out my Tauros on one, and they have 1 Sabrina, so I think I just chill. There's no reason to play basics out unless I have a Pidgey, which I don't. Next turn, we'll probably play out Drudigon Mew and put our first energy on Mew. And in a perfect world, we draw Pidgey to start evolving towards that as well. This tournament stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. I appreciate everybody hanging out today. If we could please cue the laugh track. So now, because I'm putting the second energy on Mew this turn, my opponent can't just knock out Tauros with Mewtwo, because then my Mew will clear the Mewtwo on the backswing and they'll be left with essentially nothing. So this is why we start building up the Mew first, because it means they're going to have to maneuver around here. They also know we're on 2 copies of Leaf, so even if they're not clearing the Tauros, they need to get the Mewtwo out of the active spot or they lose it to Leaf next turn. It's a copy of blue. Dabba-dee-dabba-die. They have 1 singular copy of blue in their deck. It's fine. We have a Drudigon. Oh, I should have believed. Should have believed. Just end up so far behind if I don't top deck the Giovanni there. We were only 1 in 4 to top deck the Giovanni. I think we are still in a decent spot, yes. If we draw Leaf at any point, they're in trouble. And what they need to do is they need to set up a second Mewtwo EX. And if they set up a second Mewtwo EX, it means Pidgeotto with Giovanni can clear this, and then that lives a hit from the back Mewtwo. I'm gonna lose to Sabrina. I need their Sabrina to be in their bottom 3. I don't have any agency against their Sabrina. It has to be in their bottom 3. They had their blue in their top whatever. I should have put the Mew up the turn they blued and tried to top deck the Giovanni. We ended up too far behind here without a copy of Leaf is the problem. They had their blue when it counted. Let's see if they have their Sabrina as well. I would say the tank means they don't have it, but, you know, I've met card game players before. Very careful clicking. Never doubted us for a second. Hey, they were fortunate to have the blue when they did. They were unfortunate to not have the Sabrina. Cut a little bit both ways there. They have first energy advantage again. We get to open on Drudagon this time instead of Tauros, though, which is nice. Or basics is what we want here, so let's go. And a Mew? Goes, we take that. So, when Drudagon's our lead Pokemon, Tauros does a pretty decent Mew impersonation in this matchup. Because we have 2 copies of Geo. So if they clear this and have 130, the Tauros plus Geo finishes them. So we'll get our second energy on here just so it's primed and ready to go. And then we'll start building up the Pidgeot next. Two more draws at Giovanni. Research. I think I want to play out this other Tauros. So that way they can't Sabrina up either of these. I should probably hold this so they don't know it's coming. The downside to filling my bench here is... I can't play out a Mew if I draw it. They're debating if they want to pull the trigger here because they lose the game on the spot to a Giovanni if they clear the Drudagon. 12 cards into my deck. Oh man. Come on, Geo. Come on, Geo! Oh, and I guess they can't hit me again next turn, right? Because they don't have Gardevoir. So missing the Geo's not the end of the world here, which is nice. So, unironically, I think this is a canon event now. We might still be in trouble because they already have a knockout point. If they have their Giovanni here to clear the Pidgey, I think we're in trouble. I need the Pidgey to live a turn, so that way I can get energy on Pidgey on EX. Fuck me. I think I messed up. I think I should have left the Tauros in. Leaving the Tauros in was better against the Giovanni. I think I'm in a spot now where I can't beat the Sabrina. Is what it comes down to. I think I just energy here, hope they don't have Sabrina, and then the Sabrina could clear this next turn. No, it doesn't even work, right? I don't think I beat them just playing well here. Dead 100% of the time to Sabrina this time. Yeah. Missing. I'm really these games really showing the importance of Giovanni. If I would have had Giovanni to clear that Mewtwo, we win that game. And I needed the Giovanni in the previous game too. Definitely play 2 Giovannis in your Tauros deck. Alright, let's play a good game 3 here, huh? This will be the decider for the round. Did they have first energy advantage all 3 games here? They did, right? It's really unfortunate. How not balanced is going second in this game? So I don't think Pokemon Pocket has a game balance issue with going second. I think it has a card design issue with going second. I think they could definitely stand to design more Pokemon Pocket cards that reward you for going first. Like Executor EX. I genuinely do not know where I'm supposed to put my first energy here. I think it's on Tauros, but I'm not confident. I think because they don't have Mewtwo, the answer is Tauros. Nice top deck, gamer. First energy, second energy attack, second energy, they knock it out, clear here. I'm gonna hold this in my hand to leave me the flexibility to attack for 30 for 1 on this. They don't have red card, they can't take it away from us. We are so bad at drawing our 2 copies of Giovanni in this match. It's crazy. This is the 3rd game in a row where there's been 0 Giovannis in my top 11 cards. Maybe they'll miss on the Gardevoir for a turn. If they miss on the Gardevoir for a turn, we've got a bit of breathing room. And gives us an extra draw. There's so many choices in these games. Oh. This is a good draw. Makes us more likely to have Geo. So this energy needs to go on Tauros. So that way if they Giovanni genome hacking clear Drudagon, Tauros can clear Mew on the backswing. So these are both set up to attack. And now, until they give us a reason to put an energy on one of these and attack, we'll start building Pidgeotto. Them playing out another bench Pokemon makes our Pidgeot EX better. Assuredly, we find a Giovanni in these, yes? Cool. I think I put this out at this point just so I have something that survives them side driving if they want to Sabrina me. Because I don't want them to Sabrina me and then side drive clear something from my bench. What's the hand size cap in this game? It's like 9 or 10, yeah? So we're good? And 30 turns is the limit? So now they have to make a move this turn, because if they don't move this turn, I get to leaf Pidgeot in and clear the Mew, and from there the floodgates break. I think we're good. I think the everybody waiting forever game plan favors us. So now I get to put Tauros up, and Tauros clears this, and then I have another non-EX Pokemon for my bench so we don't die to Sabrina. And then whoever they put up, I clear with Giovanni. Yeah, we're done here. I mean, they had no winning lines unless I make a mistake. They had no winning lines here unless I made a mistake. If they didn't use the Mew that turn, I was gonna get to leaf up to my Pidgeot and still clear the Mew. They have a blue, but I have a Giovanni to beat the blue. So they blue, I Giovanni, my Mew clears Mewtwo, and we're done. And my deck's empty, so they know deterministically that we're done here. As a testament to the fact that rounds in Pokemon Pocket tournaments are kind of too long, this match was really a long and intense set of 3 games. We still have 12 minutes left in the round after how long this set played out. Very, very chess adjacent game, for sure. I think the round timer in this is 35. If you're enjoying the tournament gameplay and you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. We're going to take a brief pause for the cause and roll a couple minutes of adverts. I'll throw the deck list up on the screen. We'll probably have time to play a match or two with something else in between. We are now 2-0 in the tournament with our 3-color Pidgeot deck. Well, 2-color, technically. Use a 3rd color. Alright. Catch you in a couple minutes, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, that's the wrong scene. Almost 1,000 people on YouTube. That's sweet. Can we get some like button pressers? Bobby Bees, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. Oh, you know what? We haven't looked at the tournament metagame yet. Once the adverts are done, we'll pull that up and talk about it. Deck appears to be music. Yeah, for sure. The Drudagon Tauros stage 2 kind of core seems really solid. Worth noting, have we not had first energy advantage every single game, Duck? Are we actually 0-6 on? I think you're right. We might be 0-6 on first energy. No, we're 1-5. Yeah, you're right. We had it one game. You're right. We had it one game. My Rathion, thank you for the almost 7 years. It's an eternity in internet time. Welcome back. And Nimbus coming in hot for the half a year. I only have 1 Geo. What should I put in that slot? You should spend your pack points on another Geo. Card is really good. It is really important that you have Giovanni for this deck. Your Tauros breakpoints and your Pidgeot breakpoints are really important. Yeah, 60 HP Pidgey being able to survive a Mewtwo hit is important. You're almost never attacking with Pidgey anyways. Is there a difference in having 50-50 viewers on different platforms versus all on one platform? YouTube live viewers are technically a little bit less beneficial to me than Twitch in the grand scheme of things, but it's pretty nominal overall. A lot of advertisers don't understand that YouTube live streaming is a thing, so it's somewhat hard to negotiate based on that viewer count for ad deals. But that'll hopefully change as multi-streaming becomes more of the norm. It's still relatively new. Eshelek, thank you for the brand new Prime. I appreciate it. Mewtwo continues to always be overrepresented in the slightly smaller tournaments. 20% as the top meta share. Although what's the combined Pikachu? Pikachu's got 14 here. Oh, the other Pikachu versions are almost completely pushed out. That doesn't surprise me. Zebstrike and Pikachu's the best build by a lot. There's like 16% Pikachu overall, 10% this, Celebi. Celebi's right around 10% as well when we combine the two. And then different fighting variations. Golem, Drudagon trucking along with its 40% win rate every tournament. J Domo, thank you for the primer. Appreciate that. Could you teach us how you do the overlay on your stream? You just add multiple copies of the window capture to your OBS overlay multiple times and then trim them to the parts you want to see. Yes, these are wins, losses, draws. Oh, are there a few people playing this pile of cards now? See how close these are? That's us. Oh, this is the Sigilif person. Oh no, this is different than the one we played into. This is Sigilif with Mew. This is close to us, but they cut the second Tauros. Don't cut the second Tauros, gamers. Don't do it. You want two Tauros, you want two Giovanni. This looks like card for card what we're doing. This one is card for card we're doing. Yeah, Roderick's the name I recognize. Grindel dropped. Wait, what are these people that dropped into their matchups? Celebi and Fighting. Fighting's probably a tough matchup. Celebi I could see going either way. It's a high variance deck. They died to Dragonite. All right, hold on. Like a Dragonite Wigglytuff. Cooking or baked, chat? What do we think? Baked. Executor Mew. Oh, this is the Greninja build. Yeah, I like the Greninja build a lot. That's what it is, Celebi stuff. All right, let's play. We've got 5 minutes. Let's play a match with the fighting deck. For those of you that are new that haven't watched my tournament coverage live, I don't play my tournament deck in between rounds, so if you're bouncing in and out, you can know if you come in and see me playing the Pidgeot deck, it's a tournament match. If I'm playing something else, we're just cooking in between. What a stretchy boy, gamers. Big asterisk here But with average Marowak EX variants, I bet that our deck's pretty good against these little fighting decks. We just deal 80 per attack for 2 energy, which clears most of what they're doing. Grrr, Cubone angry. Grrr. The staring shall continue until morale improves. Awesome pocket content. I found your channel recently, and I love your fun, first, focused gaming philosophy. Keep it up. Thank you for the super chat, Moldy Rye. That's super generous of you. Hope your day's going well. All right. So how about if we Hitmonlee, Energy, Old Amber, and we'll retreat back, and we're going to stretch kick this bitch up. So if your opponent knocks out Old Amber with their Pokemon, they get a knockout point, but if you discard it from play using its effect, they do not. If they put the Machoke up, and we top deck Marowak EX, on average we clear it. But if they put the Machoke up and we draw Aerodactyl EX, they won't be able to evolve it. Again. So we'll discard this rather than giving them a knockout point. We'll stretch kick this dork. Do we put Marowak in our deck? There are no stage 1s in my deck. Evolution Pokemon? Never heard of them. The only out to win this game is double heads on a Marowak, so we're going to play to that out. I guess Machamp doesn't clear Cubone, or doesn't clear Marowak at once. Maybe it's fine? Maybe it's fine. Yeah, we're totally going to draw Aerodactyl now that we gambled on putting that one up. Wow, that's super unlucky. All right, perfect timing. The round timer just ended, so hopefully we'll have round 3 paired in the tournament here momentarily. And there it is. Perfect. We're playing against Gyarados. I bet this matchup's hard for us. I bet we are one of the matchups that Gyarados is polarizingly favorable into. win the flip this time. Honestly, I kind of wouldn't mind not winning the flip. I want to save my variance for when we can actually win the game. I would bet this next round's not going to be very competitive. Gyarados doesn't really generate particularly good games of Pokemon Pocket. It's either very good or very bad into what it's playing against, and I bet it's going to be very good against us. We'll give it the old college try, but this will probably be a quick and embarrassing one from our side. Assuming we draw everything we want, what's our plan into Gyarados? I don't think our deck has a plan into Gyarados that involves drawing what we want. We basically need their deck to just brick hard. I think one of our better possible starts here is having Pidgeys curve out. So, that's fun. Just run them down. We need their Gyaradoses and Druddigons to be kind of buried is the ideal state. If they don't have Druddigon and we have a fast Pidgeot EX draw, it's probably our best chance. No red card from our opponent. They have the typical 8 trainers with 2 Leaf, 1 Misty, 1 Blue. Because the Gyarados deck plays 6 basic Pokemon, playing more copies of Sabrina, generally speaking, doesn't really help you that much. They typically have enough to play around that. Because I want to draw a stage 1 with my professor's research, I'm going to go ahead and Pokeball before we draw. Thin that basic out of our deck. None of those are the stage 1 I really wanted for Christmas. We'll put this here. If no copies of Sabrina, they can't knock out my Pidgey next turn. Is there any reason to play things out on my bench? I don't think so. Gotta wait to make that decision. I suppose they could evolve into Gyarados and hit triple heads on their 1 Misty, but we're not winning that game anyways, so there's no reason to play around it. There is no upside to playing out bench Pokemon here, and playing them out reveals information about the texture of my hand to my opponent. So there is 0 upside and all downside to playing out my bench this turn. I want to withhold the info. They have fast Greninja here, we could be in trouble. Is what their setup implies. I am assuming I'm just giving this one up to a Greninja. And we'll switch this Druddigon in to buy some turns here, hopefully. No Greninja is good for the home team. I need a stage 1. Oh, I could talk about what we're doing here, but a lot of it just comes down to hoping their Greninjas are buried in their bottom whatever cards. I want to build up Tauros rather than Mew, because I want to set up to a point where we make them knock out a bunch of single knockout point Pokemon, I think. Is the basic game plan here. Hiding cards in the match, but streaming it on the internet for free. First place prize for this tournament is about $20 USD. Hiding my hand while I play the match makes the stream much worse content for the people at home watching. If my opponent needs to cheat and watch my stream in order to win the game, they need the match win a lot more than I do. They can have it. So I'm articulating why I'm holding my cards back from a strategy perspective, assuming we have a fair and level playing field. But if my opponent decides they don't want the playing field to be fair, that's fine. They can take that advantage if they need it. No Greninja yet is wild. I mean, I also don't have my stage 1, so like, you know. At what prize amount are we hiding our hands? If I felt like a prize was meaningful and I didn't want to broadcast, I just wouldn't stream rather than hide my hand. I would record the games off stream and then upload if it was worthwhile. It's crazy how watching the stream, the same awful takes pop up in chat day after day. Being a streamer is largely about repeating yourself very frequently. It's like parenting a toddler, really. They won the 50-50 and didn't lose their own energy, said. All right, we're done here. How much of this game is luck? If I had to break it down, just like loosely speaking off the cuff, I would say Pokemon Pocket's probably about 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, and a polarized Gyarados matchup is definitely 50% pain. To see some of the chat was also teenagers or 20-somethings in the early 20-teens. That's before 20-teens, right? It's like 2005, 6, 7. Someone hurt me. When did Minutes to Midnight release? How long ago was that? Alright, I have my whole Pidgeot line. Now I just need my opponent to brick miserably. That's true. If you understood the remember the name reference, you should stand up and stretch. Your back probably needs it. The truest of TCG polarization experiences really is just like the incredibly interesting and deep back and forth Mewtwo matchup we played last round into the, well, we lost at deck registration against the Gyarados deck experience. Them having first energy advantage here puts us in a medium way here too. So it means that I hit them with my 3 energy and then they get to immediately hit with their 4. Does playing either of these out do anything? Not really, right? What's my out here? My out is they brick on their Greninja for a little bit. They hit me for 140. I hit them. I guess I'm only hitting them for 120. Are we on the 0 outer? We might be on the 0 outer. If they win the energy removal flip, we're definitely dead. Or if they have Greninja, also definitely dead. They won the energy flip? Yeah, GG put it. Probably could have saved us all the time and just not played that one. Gyarados is definitely the Charizard of this format. It almost never generates a good game of Pokemon Pocket. You could tell who's going to win the game at the loading screen a significant amount of the time. What do I mean by that? Let's show a good detail example from a large sample size. So these are 1,500 Gyarados games. And these are some of its matchups. It's 71% to beat Mewtwo. It's 28% to beat Pikachu. It's 67% to beat Celebi. It's 72% to beat Arcanine. It's 19% to beat the fighting deck. It's 11% against Mew Farfetch'd fighting deck. Very, very, very few close games with counterplay. It either gets stomped or does the stomping. You literally can't fix the Gyarados matchup in the decks that are bad against it. The cards you play to beat Gyarados beat it a significant amount of the time, and they are Hitmonlee and Zebstrika. So you either have Hitmonlee and Zebstrika and beat them a significant amount of the time, or you don't have them and then you die. Yeah, I think the Charizard pack is still the best one for starters to open. Greninja, Executor, still stellar ones among other things in there too. All right, let's GM some more with the fighting deck we were playing between rounds. We got 20 minutes till the next round because that one was so quick. Wee McGee, thank you for the over 4 years. 2007 isn't that bad, though I did pull a neck muscle rolling over a bed today. Andrewed, I actually saw your sub earlier and I was choosing to ignore it. Thank you for the 86 months. We need to get together for games sometime soon. If you're still here. All right, we need a Marowak or an Aerodactyl ASAP here. Hey, G-Temp, good afternoon. There's a colorless basic that hits the bench for 30, get added to most decks. Yeah, for sure. For one energy or two. I think you'd probably play that even at a 2 energy attack. That way you could actually have a winnable Gyarados matchup. Zeb Strika is Blood Moon. I understood that reference. Kick the Pikachu. Don't kick the Pikachu. My poor stretchy boy is going down, champ. I guess they need one more basic, but they're pretty likely to have it. Weakness does not matter on the bench. That is correct. Urban Mechanic, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. We've been so atrocious at drawing our stage 1s with this deck so far. It's kind of comical. I thought having 2 different stage 1s I could draw would make us a lot more consistent, but alas, it's not panned out that way, and I put the energy on the wrong one now, lost that 50-50. Alright, I'm gonna give this one a couple more shakes before I delete it and discuss due to our bad luck, but I'm gonna take a quick ad break before we do. See you at 120, don't go anywhere. Got about 15 minutes till the next tournament round. Yeah, tournaments are super fun. It's awesome that we've had some weekday ones that I can play live on stream. I was playing the weekend ones off stream, and I was glad this week there were some live ones I had time. We are 2-1. How many rounds of Swiss is this one? That's a good question, actually. I don't know. Let's find out. Nine rounds! That's so many rounds. I got a good viewer count. So it'll be a long stream, I guess, if we're doing well. I really liked that yesterday's was 6 rounds of Swiss and then a cut. The problem is you're not using 2-star Marowak. I actually have 1 2-star Marowak, but I really just don't like when my cards aren't uniform. What's Mewtwo's worst matchup? Gyarados. Being good into Mewtwo is one of the reasons why Gyarados is super popular. How many people did we end up playing? We had the full 512. Hey, Eric Tron. Thank you for the almost 4.5 years. Welcome back. Dine Online. Thank you for the 33 months. How's it going?
I don't know if you noticed, but there's lots of children in our basement.
I did not actually.
Okay. The 4 boys are here and the 5 girls are at Meg's.
Okay.
I feel like she got the short end.
Listen, if she's happy with the toddlers, more power to her.
That's what I'm saying. The boys at least just say.
I think I'll take the consistency on Aerodactyl next turn rather than the coin flips on Marowak. Are they kids still off school? Yeah, they go back on the 7th on Tuesday. Most of the 7-2s will make the top 32 cut today. It's 9 rounds of Swiss with a top 32 cut. Yeah, I think when we run the first Hoaglandia tournament, we're going to do 30-minute round timers. And then depending on how that goes, I'll track the data closely. I think you could even push down to 20, 25 in a lot of cases and still be fine. And we're probably done here, honestly. We get to clear this Pidgey, and then they can't evolve the one in the active spot. There are 512 people playing in the event today. There is no official PC client for this game, and I wouldn't expect one anytime soon. If they were going to add an extra platform for Pocket, I would expect them to make it playable on Switch before they make it playable on PC. You see my battle stats? I have around 1,100 wins. Not that that's really relevant. Just means I play an unhealthy amount. Or like it's my job. Not necessarily unhealthy, I suppose. Oh my goodness, I didn't see the record command one of the mods made on the Twitch side. That's so good. So funny. A+ moderators. One of the mods, sure, Jeff, blame the mods. Listen, I know you're newer here, Rand, But when I successfully dump on chat, I rightfully take credit for it. It was definitely one of the moderators. I don't want to take credit for someone else being clever. We are one of the most mod-dense channels on Twitch. I make people who have subscribed to the channel for a year a moderator. Turd Ferguson, thank you for the 20 months. All right, with average Marowak EX variants here, we're going to be in a very good spot. Dig up our last Cubo. Not an Amber Insight, unfortunately. Take Marshadow to the Bone Zone. My assumption is that I wouldn't be surprised if a Switch version was already in the works for this game, just by virtue of the fact that you can log in with your Nintendo account on as one of the options. That's a really weird account to have tie to, especially when they could use like Trainer Club account that like Paper Pokemon uses. It'll be a Switch 2 release game. Here's hoping. Golem, unfortunately, does 120 in one, so I actually can't insulate against that with Potion. Just gotta... Hopefully they don't have Golem and Brock. If they have Golem and Brock, we're gonna need to high roll. Lethal Llamas, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Mods, don't bully people. I know Christmas is past, but I'm still watching, I promise. Are we leafing out the Graveler when I have a Hitmonlee on my bench? I, for one, am shocked that my opponent's 4-card combo didn't come together here. So, we're done here then, yeah? Cool. Jeff, you've lost too much weight to pass for Santa these days. That's true. Yeah, I assume one of the things I'll need to do to release on Switch is a widescreen mode. It would be weird to make it be a Switch game you have to play vertical. What was the thought process on using Leaf over X-Speed to retreat in that previous game? So this deck list actually doesn't have anything with the retreat cost higher than 1 in it. We are playing Leaf purely as a third copy of X-Speed. So anytime you have a chance to use Leaf in a deck like this, and you're not playing another supporter, you should use the Leaf over the X-Speed, because it's more restrictive on when you can use it. You'll notice this in a lot of decks. Pikachu EX decks and a lot of these Hitmonlee fighting decks are playing 1 Leaf even without any retreat cost 2s, just because it's so powerful to not spend the energy to move your stuff around. Would you use a 20 damage Cubone over the Growl one? Why would they let my baby hurt people? He's an adorable little baby Pokemon. He doesn't want to hurt people, chat. Don't you encourage Cubone to hurt people. You're part of the problem. He's already crying. I would not be surprised if, 4 to 5 years from now we have a PC client for Pocket. I just don't expect PC to be the first platform they expand to, Asgard. I assume if they're adding a platform, it's gonna be Switch to start. How good or bad is Marowak? It's a fine card, it's just pretty inconsistent. Alright, theoretically 2 minutes till the next round of the tournament. I'm gonna run to the restroom while we wait for that, and I'll put the tournament deck up on screen for people that want to see the Pidgeot deck that we are currently 2-1 with. We have a bad Gyarados matchup, but a pretty solid Mewtwo and alright Pikachu matchup. It's been fun. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. See, I may or may not dip back into Snap for drops. Been having a lot of fun with Pocket. Our numbers have been pretty solid. We've been breaking 2,000 concurrent viewers between YouTube and Twitch every day for Pocket. I don't know that I expect Snap drops to be that much better than that. Like on the first day, sometimes we'd peak like 2,500 to 3,000, but I hope Snap gets their stuff together and they fix their economy stuff later this year, but I feel like they're just gonna continue to bleed people until they get that reworked. I would like to, if I'm enjoying Snap, be able to play Snap and not have the comments and chat just constantly be people complaining about the economy. Which is what a lot of it turns into. It's the unfortunate reality. All right, we are... Are there any other streamers that have pivoted to Snap instead? No, Snap metrics are pretty down for people. Give an objective measure. Oh man, I actually didn't realize it was this bad. The Snap category has averaged 528 viewers for the entire category for the last 2 weeks. And to give context, in 2024 as a whole, the game averaged 3,400 average viewers. So that's like holy crap, that's a huge, that's off a cliff. Yeah. All right, our round's up. Not Gyarados, not Gyarados. Not Gyarados, sweet. Ooh, Raichu Pikachu. Which Raichu? Thunderbolt. Ooh, it's single knockout point electric. Opponent's cooking. They're also 2-1. Snap feels hard to come back to. The way their current economy is structured, it's basically impossible to come back. Even if you spend hundreds of dollars, you won't catch back up. They really need a restructure badly. Our opponent's playing Pikachu, Magneton, and then new Electabuzz as their 6 Pokemon. And they've got 2 Surge, 1 Sabrina, 1 Giovanni, 2 X-Speed, so no red card to play around. Noteworthy, and this is actually super relevant. Raichu does not clear Pidgeot EX unless they also have Giovanni. So they can't surge into Raichu and clear our Pidgeot in one. Our Tauros basically doesn't have text here. These are not the opening Pokemon friends we are looking for. Electabuzz is kind of their primary early attacker. Yeah, it does 40 to anything. Even bench Pokemon. This matchup's probably tough for us. Looking at it on paper, I would not be surprised if we're behind here. How likely is this to be Pidgey? 50%? 0% because I'm me. If we hit Pidgey there, we would have potentially had Pidgeot on curve would have been nice. I really need a fire energy under this water so we can get to Druddigon and clear Electabuzz. We need fire under this water, and we need a leaf in our next 2 draws. Is what we need to be in a decent spot here. I think with the other Druddigon draw and missing a fire, I put the energy on the other Druddigon here, and then we'll put the second energy on whichever one they don't hit with Electabuzz next turn. They are playing the 100 HP Raichu, but we notably have a couple copies of Giovanni. It's not all bad. This can hit anything, including our active Pokemon. That's why it takes 2 energy. It's got a lot of flexibility. I need a fire energy. We're back to the same spot we were last year. I need a fire energy under this water. I need a leaf and 2 cards. Gosh, do I build for that now? We're definitely playing it out. I'm just not sure. It might be right to put energy on here. I don't know. The upside to top decking Leaf on the little bit less than 1 in 5 and clearing the Electabuzz next turn is a big deal. That's going to take an eternity to clear. Well, I guess they could just clear this on curve, yeah? I need Leaf next turn. Because so I'm playing the 80 HP Pidgeot, which means this clears it in 2. I'm confident this one is better, but it hurts that the 90 HP breakpoint would be good here. Yeah, if they hit this, I actually can't evolve it next turn. Hopefully we just draw the Leaf and we hit the 20%er, and then we're in a really good spot. But if we brick on Leaf, I'm gonna be in a bad way. Yep. Please, one-time dealer. Too late. I think I put the fire energy on the injured one, so that way when they Raichu the one that's weak already. And then the hope here is there's another fire energy under this water, and then there's a Geo on top, so we'll get to go Leaf. They clear the Pidgey, we Leaf, Druddigon clear the Electabuzz, they Raichu clear this, and then we go Fire, Geo clear this. Oh, that's really interesting. There's a fire underneath. Now they could top deck Magnemite and be able to get this. Am I evolving this here? I think I am. I guess I'm forever away from the energy on it, so I can chill for now. If we dodge a Magnemite, we could dodge a ball. If they had the Magnemite, they would have played it out already, so they could threaten to evolve it. But Magnemite would be really bad for us. Magnemite plus X speed. They've been breaking on the Magnemite, so they're 1 in 3 to draw it here. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, wait though. The Pidgeot, or the Pidgeotto plus the Giovanni finishes this. And then if I top deck my other Giovanni, the Druddigon can clear the Raichu. I guess they need another fire. It's not another fire. Damn. In order to clear this Pidgeot here, they're gonna have to spend all their energy. I guess they could play Electabuzz and then Lieutenant Surge over to it if they draw second Electabuzz. But the fact that I'm missing fire energy on here and on top could easily lose me this game. Just like the 2-color curse. They are not playing Pikachu EX. They are single knockout point Lieutenant Surge. They have 2 of this Raichu, 2 Magneton, 2 Electabuzz. Oh, I guess they can fill their bench and switch to this? God. So frustrated. Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad it's taunting me. We're dead to X speed, Lieutenant Surge. We need their second X speed buried in the bottom 4. Oh, or just Raichu, Lieutenant Surge. Yeah. Oh, GG. That's frustrating. Feel like I played that well after having a bad start. It really sucks to just brick on the energy at 2 key spots. We had two different spots where if we hit fire energy on time, or if we had leaf 1 turn earlier, we just win the game on the spot. Alright, we have first energy advantage. It's nice. Chorus on the opener, less nice. Because I have Pidgeotto and Pidgeot EX in my opening hand, I want to maximize my chances of drawing Pidgey, which means I want to research before I Pokeball. Whenever you want to maximize your chance of finding a specific basic, you want to do this before you do this. And then we found Pidgey. So the fact that I found the Pidgey on the draw changes what I'm looking for. Once I have the Pidgey, the thing I'm looking for most is a copy of Leaf to get my Tauros out of the active spot. So now I'm going to Pokeball first because I want to look for this supporter card. So any reason to play out Mew here? Yeah, I want to hedge. I guess the downside to playing Mew is it gives them a 2 knockout point thing to play into this, but I really want another big thing on my bench so they can't play their 1 Sabrina and pull my Pidgey up. Okay, there's the Leaf. We've got our on-curve stage 2. So looking good for the home team. For people wondering about my Pidgey choice, your Pidgey living a 50 hit for Mewtwo is more important than your Pidgey dealing 10 extra damage. Once we clear this Electabuzz here and they go to 0 energy, I think the game kind of ends on the spot. They just gotta hope I don't have it, but I wouldn't be building the Pidgeotto if I didn't have it here. The opponent's deck is a brew like ours that is not an established deck. I have no matchup or metagame information for it. It's not something people commonly play. This takes them to 0 energy here. They play out any bench Pokemon. The Raichu dies in 1 to Scattering Cyclone. Yeah, I think our opponents played this game well. Game one had a lot of back and forth. This game we're kind of just running them down. Our setup was good, and we had the leaf this time around. This game's gonna be a lot less close than the first one. I get to force a game 3 here. I suppose there's a world where I hit 3 fire energies in a row, and then putting the first fire energy on here is bad. But even 80 damage from Pidgeot clears everything in their deck that's not Raichu in 1, so... We're getting a second knockout point next turn. They could X-speed out this Raichu, put a second energy on it, and then clear the Pidgeot after I take my second knockout point, but then they have no energy left. And we'll be able to set up Mew or Druddigon before they recover from there. I don't think they have a line once they let me take this knockout here. They must not have had the X speed, huh? Well, with another fire underneath, I suppose we'll get Tauros building up, question mark? Mew's technically bad against Circle Circuit. I don't know. I don't think it matters at this point. Even if they have Raichu this turn, they can't generate extra energy. Game 3. Energy advantage is good for us. How's our opener look? Druddigon to start is solid, and we have the full Pidgey line. Sans the basic again. Pokeball and research makes them so likely to get to execute their game plan. everything here. Could be one of those games, folks. I need a fire energy under this water. It really sucks when we don't start on one of each. Oh, it's so frustrating. For people wondering why I'm not putting energy on Pidgey, if they have X speed and put the Electabuzz up and hit this for 40, I will not be able to evolve it and save it because this only has 80. So because they have the Electabuzz with 1 energy, I can't start investing in this yet. They have 2 copies of X speed. They're 13. They've seen almost twice as many cards in their deck as we have because they've just played Pokeball and Research. And now they have Magneton online. Yep. The really frustrating part is if we would have just had a fire energy in our first 3, we'd be able to knock this out next turn. And now we're just gonna up a creek without a pedal. All right, that's the end of the tournament. That's just how it goes. Yikes, but GG. I mean, like, just so we're clear, like, I want to make it clear that my opponent played that game really well and their deck was interesting, but like, that game was objectively not good, right? And I'm ready to time out and ban everybody that's gonna let me know that I'm salty, because I'm definitely salty, but like, card games are games with variance by design that have like objectively bad games because of the variance that they have. And a game where there's two games out of 3 where like we fully bricked off on. Needed just one other thing where people are like GG instantly. It's like, yeah, you got it. Like, that happens, you got me. But like, the game was pretty objectively bad, yeah? Like, we didn't really have any choices that mattered and we died. And that's what card games are, but they're also littered with games that are just not good, right? Nah, I mean, like, it is what it is. There's nothing wrong with it. That's just like, you gotta take those licks if you're gonna play the game. But you can also like take those licks while acknowledging like it's pretty bad, pretty not great as far as gameplay mechanics go. That's just how it be. Yeah, and having that variance happen after a matchup that we were 0% to win. It's a little bit of matchup variance, then a little bit of 5 water energies in a row variance. Pocket is highly luck dependent. I actually think you're very wrong about that. I actually would go so far as to say that Pocket's probably one of the lower variance card games I've played. And I know that just happened where it was not great for us, but that doesn't change the fact that as a whole, especially in comparison to other card games, Pocket tends to be pretty consistent in low variance. '20 card decks tend to mean everything your deck does is pretty consistent game to game. We lost our 50%er to hit my one Hitmonlee there, is super unfortunate. Cubone and Hitmonlee, the only 2 basics in my deck with the fossils. I think I'm trash canning this fighting deck, chat. It's been real scuffed. Actually, the one I wanted to play. Thank you, deck editor. With your record being 2-2, wasn't there still a chance that you qualify going 7-2? Well, 1, your odds of winning 5 in a row are super low. 2, not all of the 7-2s will make the top 32 cut. And if you lose your rounds early, your tiebreakers are worse than people who lose their rounds late. So generally speaking, the 7-2s that like make the elimination cut are going to be people that took their first loss and their second loss in the later rounds. The first tiebreaker in tournaments is your opponent's match win percentage. So if you took your losses later, you'll have played against people with higher ones than those. Yeah, I think in general, 2-color decks in Pokemon Pocket should probably have some type of threshold. I think alternating between your 2 energy types every turn would be too powerful, not enough variance. But I do think that they should probably change it so you can't hit the same energy like 4 or 5 turns in a row. I think I'd like to see it capped at 3 of the same before you're guaranteed to get the next, personally. Just have some kind of like pity floor, bad luck protection type thing. Okay, Greninja on curve here gives us pretty good pretty good shot into the Gyarados matchup, I think. Let's tap our growth spurt and get our grass energy. Oh, we finished top 16 with the Blastoise deck yesterday. It was a ton of fun. I think I'm gonna start charging up Mew here. And honestly, I might just water Shuriken this Gyarados a bunch and like force them to put it up and clear me. Because if I don't attack the Druddigon, they need their Greninja in order for this to clear this in one. And I get this low enough, my Mew could genome hacking to crack this back. This Executor Greninja deck, actually, I think it top 4'd the tournament that I top 16 with Blastoise. I think this core is really solid. We played a little bit before Mythic Island. I got some solid upgrades. Hopefully our opponent makes it back. Game was shaping up to be kind of interesting. I'd like to play it out. So, if they have their Greninja, they could clear the Executor anyways. Do I want to attack this turn? I think so. What could go wrong if I attack? If I attack and they have Leaf plus their energy thing hits the 1 and 4 to take an energy from Mew, I could be in trouble. But if I hit heads on this, it leaves me a Druddigon that I can clear with the Greninja at will. So once I clear the Gyarados, we'll be in a good spot. It's so annoying that this waiting for opponent pop-up doesn't appear like down here on the left or like over here on the right, and instead it covers how many knockout points they have and their energy and stuff up here. This is really mediocre interface design. I guess time limit pops up there. This should 100% be somewhere that's just like not covering relevant game information. What's the next tournament you're entering? I'm going out of town this weekend. In fact, tomorrow's stream's gonna be a little bit shorter. We're only gonna be live like 8 to noon. Supposed to be back Saturday night. I'm not sure what my Sunday looks like yet. Well, that's sad. Our opponent DC'd. It's gonna be a sweet game otherwise. So maybe something on Sunday off stream. I gotta look and see. I think my plan while we're full-time focused on Pocket on stream is anytime there's a weekday tournament going on that fits into my streaming schedule, I'm going to play it on stream. I gotta look and see who's hosting what next week. our Monday to Fridays will hopefully be fitting in afternoon tournaments whenever possible. Playing lots of different stuff. Sedge. People closed the app and just leave. They were back and forth a bunch, so they probably had some kind of connection issue or some real life thing pop up. I don't think there was any salt or bitterness there. Stuff happens sometimes. Y'all have never experienced kid aggro and it shows. Yep. Accurate. Pokemon is the first game that got me into TCGs and collected physical cards religiously. I missed the snap content, but I'm no way unhappy about this game of choice. Thanks, Mad Typing. Shaddock Gaming. Our hand is very mediocre against the Shaddock. I like Baby Executor a lot. I think it's a solid card. If you don't want this one, I think you want 3 Executors in general. I would accept the idea that the other Baby Executor is better, but I wanted to play games with this one and see how it feels. Draw is so awful. Where do you sign up for tournaments? LimitlessTCG.com as people hosted things most days of the week. Take a mulligan here. One of your finest do-overs, please, game. All right, well, I'd like an egg line, but if we find a Faruki, we have our whole setup. I'd make like a tree and leaf here. We need to get growth spurt going, so that way we can get a grass energy, and then hopefully we draw Executor next turn. My favorite art of this set? I don't know. Probably one of the full art trainers. I feel like the full art trainers are some of the highest quality art in the game in general. They're really, really well done. Truffle shuffle and move these around. Gonna be in a little bit of trouble if they have a Sabrina with their Voltorb or their Electrode, but otherwise this could buy us another turn towards drawing the Executor EX. You put your execute in, you pull your execute out, you put the Mew EX in, and you shake it all about. You lose to the Sabrina, and you go to the next game. That's what it's all about. Do 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 do. Be do 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 do. The shuffler just heard Jeff say I want a frog. I mean, I wanted an egg tree, if we're being honest. I always feel like I don't fully know how to respond to comments like yours, Gribble Dumplings, without sounding aggressively sarcastic, but like, I feel like pointing out that the deck that wants to start on Executor is better when it starts on Executor is just like, yeah, that's how the game works. It's like, man, that Arcanine deck's a lot better when it leads on Moltres. Sure is. That's how the deck's designed to play out. Supposed to lead on that one. I don't know. I think far too often what you're describing there sounds like what people often do, which is you're complaining about your below average draws compared to your opponent's average or above average draws. That's just not really a good one-to-one comparison. My baby eggs are nowhere to be found, gamers. I also, unfortunately, have 3 grass energy in a row. So my Greninja's here, but it's actually not going to be able to attack next turn. Let's go him into Brock. Pretty scary. Well, they're powering up Mars Shadow. Interesting. Yeah, our energy variance has definitely been a little less than stellar. Fun fact, if Greninja knocks something out, it doesn't trigger Mars Shadow. I'm putting the Mew up because the Mew survives a hit from Golem. And then it turns around and hits it for 120 on the back crack. I guess I would have needed like Brock plus Guess I would need to like Brock plus X speed, but it's possible, yeah. I'm telling you for a fact, Marshadow's Revenge does not trigger if you knock something out with Greninja's Water Shuriken. It explicitly only triggers when attack happens. So Water Shuriken and Poison do not let Marshadow happen. Oh my goodness. You left. You fool! You left him oddly up, you fool! Now I can stretch kick your golem too. Wonder Twin powers activate. This means I don't have a water energy on Greninja because I don't have water underneath it, but I think cracking their bench for 50 here is worth potentially not having water on Greninja in the short term. Spoiler, that's the last water energy we're gonna see today. Yeah, it's been a little bit like that, huh? Hey, they can put Golem up and crack the view. If I don't draw an egg and we don't hit a water energy, we could be in trouble here. Either of those two things happen, I think we're in an okay spot. Oh my goodness, this is great, says local man about to hit a Froakie. Holy Jiminy Cricket. Jiminy Cricket's shit. Good golly. And that's another non-water energy on top. Oof. Oof. Stretchy again. Oh, you know, maybe I'm supposed to stretch hit the other Graveler since this Golem already dies to its own genome hacking. Execute is a lie. It does not exist. Yeah, I think I messed up my stretch kick last turn. I should have put the stretch kick into here. Puppy! And a water energy, chat! And a water energy! Golly! It's like Christmas. Like a double rainbow. Dreams really do come true. And they can take 2 points with this Marshadow, but the water energy means we actually don't even need the egg to finish. The Greninja deals 80 here. Infinite bad variance, still way more than enough to beat the Golem deck. Sounds about right. It was really funny to me how many people argued about my Golem deck ranking in the tier list video this week. It deserves its Dragonite tier ranking. That'd take me some clicks, but they're dead here. Bubbles, bubbles. Couple of snoot boops. I'll pick our third point up here. I think in a perfect world, you would require people to register particular energy types for their tournament match. But in reality, it's kind of unenforceable, right? Like, take the water fighting deck, for example. Say a player registers water fighting energy in their deck list, and then they decide for a tournament round it's beneficial for them to only have fighting energy, so they toggle water off. How would you prove? You couldn't prove that, they weren't just unlucky, right? Yes, we had 5 water energies in a row in game 3 of round 4 to not be able to attack with a Druidagon to win the game. It was very brutal. It's not a bad pickup here. Ideally, we'd like grass on top with the execute lead, but excellent opener for us, aside from slight energy mishap. They are playing a Vaporeon build, looks like. Let's just deal 20 EV. In my brain, all EVs are the new one. Alright, without grass on top, we'll growth spurt here and hope that they don't have, hope that they don't have a Giovanni to scramble our egg. Are they going for the Misty? They're not. Cool. I'd be very surprised if we could lose this game from here. Them not having a backup Pokemon building up. We've got Greninja and the Executor here. Even if we flip all tails, we're going to take them to Pound Town real quickly. I show the deck? I can. Yeah, I think this deck is a deck list close to this one. Top Ford, one of the bigger community tournaments yesterday that had over 650 people in it. We played this core before the most recent expansion came out and it got some solid upgrades. The new Execute helps fix your 2-color energy problem like we saw in that last game. And then Leaf really helps you be able to actually retreat. And then Mew EX helps your Mewtwo matchup be a good bit better. I think this is one of the better 2-color cores out there. Greninja is one of the better support cards for 2-color stuff in general. All right. for the last little leg of the stream today, we're going to be playing a little bit of a sponsored game. Candy Crush Saga is the sponsor of the stream this month. We want a really easy way to support my content with just a little bit of your time. You can check out Candy Crush Saga if you haven't played it before on Android and iOS using my link. You can play through to various levels to help support me extra with just a little bit of your time. I'll check out a chill match 3 game. For the last 20 or 30 minutes or so, we're going to be playing a little bit more of that. Appreciate the slew of folks that have done that already. As my ticker say, we've had 40 people clear stage 15, which is the first goal, and we've had 7 people clear through 250, which is the big one. Let's get this guy pulled up here, huh? I'm going to be ending the stream on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel. If you want to support, pop on over to twitch.tv. I will see you again in the morning on the YouTube side for some more Pocket. Thanks for